Production by Liang Gu, The Return of Yen, author, Zhang Henshui. Chapter 01. The beauty and appearance of the same person opened the paper to frighten the favor. They drank wine and talked about life in a small gathering in the apartment building. The poem describes the suffering and despair of the people during times of war and famine. The beginning describes the helplessness of selling cattle and grain due to hunger, and even going so far as to climb walls and demolish houses in order to survive. Then he mentioned using wheat and bran to bury at the base of the wall for future use, hinting at his slim expectations for the future. A few poems about bamboo branches are very vulgar. It's not poetry at all, but what is said here is the actual situation in Shaanxi and Gansu provinces in the 17th and 18th years of the Republic of China. Using this kind of material to write poems is also unique. Although we literary people are good at making things behind closed doors, this kind of rumor, you can never create it by sitting at home. So when it comes to these popular poems, they also have some origins. If you ask about their origins, Xiao Ke dares to say that they are both witnesses. The certificate is of course 17 or 18 years old. The person is the most modern girl today. Ms. Song Yanxiu, Queen of Sports. She is 19 years old and is studying in a middle school affiliated to a university in Nanjing. Not only does her fair and rosy face and black eyes make people praise her beauty at first sight, but also her strong physique. There is nothing like an old-fashioned lady. Morbidity. In addition to being the leader of the school's women's basketball team, she also won the 200-meter dash championship in the South China Games. Not only are all the students in this school admiring her, but they are also the teenagers in society who are obsessed with bodybuilding girls. Who is not proud of her at first sight? There is just one strange thing: if she is not with others, her eyebrows will always wrinkle. For example, in school, sometimes a person goes up to the roof of the building, leans on the railing, and looks toward the northwest corner. Sometimes a person sits under the shade of a tree, thinking deeply, and sighing twice. But as soon as she saw someone coming, she immediately smiled, talked and sang, ran and jumped without showing any trace. As time went by, some male and female classmates knew about it, and they couldn't help but ask her why. She smiled and said, "No reason. I like the excitement. If I were left alone, would be worried." This statement is not reliable, but there is obviously a hidden secret in it. But since I know it is a hidden secret, there is no need to ask. In the spring of this year, suddenly she didn't come to school for a week. Those boyfriends who were obsessed with her all suspected that she was exclusive to one person, and they were extremely anxious. Later, after asking the school authorities, they found out that her father was dead, and everyone was sweating. But for 2 weeks, she still didn't come. Even though several of her good friends wrote to comfort her, she didn't reply. Among her many boyfriends, there was one, Wu Jiansheng, who couldn't bear it anymore and wore a neat suit and combed his hair. There was no hair on my face, so I boldly visited Ms. Song at her home. Yanxiu's father is an old director of the ministry. My family is relatively spacious and I built a very good bungalow in the north of the city. 2 blue-painted doors, you can see the carport on the left side of the patio from a distance. A silver-gray sedan car was parked. Naturally, you can't see it in their home, but outside the gate, you can already see the apricot yellow curtains half-draped in the light blue checkered glass windows. There is no symbol of bereavement visible in the patio, only the door panel. 2 white notes were pasted diagonally, which was a sign that there had been a funeral in the family. Jianxing thought to himself, I heard that Yanxiu had 2 older brothers, both of whom were brand new figures, so his family did not use those old-fashioned funeral rituals with feudal ideas, so let's speculate on this. It doesn't matter if a boyfriend goes to visit his sister. So he boldly walked forward and pressed the bell on the door frame. A servant came out, looked at him first, and then asked, Where is the eldest young Master Hui? Where is the second young Master Hui? They are not at home. Jianxing smiled and said, No. Meet you ladies. The servant said, What? These 2 words are very strong, and at the same time, he looked at Jianxing again. Jianxing nodded and said with a smile, I was ordered by the principal of the school. I have something to ask you ladies. The servant said, Didn't she ask for leave? Jianxing said, There is something else. The servant pondered and said, Since it was sent by the principal, I can go and reply for you first and ask you to give me a business card. Jianxing handed him his business card and didn't dare to go in. He had to wait at the gate. After a while, the servant came out. He said, Our young mistress, please invite your husband to sit in the living room. Jianxing thought, This is really strange. I came to visit the lady, so why did the young lady invite me to sit in the living room? I don't care about him, so I just followed. When I arrived in the living room, the floor was covered with Beijing blankets. Displayed around are Western sofas and Yunnan marble tables. Everything is very aristocratic. I thought, Miss Song's family is very good. It may not be easy for a poor boy to propose to her. Standing here in a daze. Yanxiu brought in a young woman in her 20s. Yanxiu wore a gray cloth cheongsam today, with a circle of black gauze on the narrow sleeves, and a small chrysanthemum made of white velvet rope stuck upside down under her temple hair. Even her morning ceremony had a certain charm. She didn't wait for Jianxing to speak before she said, This is my sister-in-law's house. Just as Jianxing nodded, she asked again, Did Mr. Wu come to urge me to participate in the sports meeting on orders from the principal? As she spoke, her eyes looked at Jianxing very earnestly. There is no need to mention it, but it is to inform him to say this. Jianxing said, Yes, I think Miss Song's vacation is almost over. Yanxiu showed off her very sad look, forced a smile and said, It doesn't matter about the holiday, I'm in a bad mood, let's talk about it another day. Please go back and pay my respects to the principal. When Jianxing walked into the room, they didn't offer to sit down at all. They just stood and talked. Now that they are using this tone, they seem to be urging the guests to leave. The best thing is that the elder who followed him came out. The young mistress never said a word. Jianxing felt that it was very embarrassing to sit here, so he nodded to the 2 of them and said, In that case, I won't bother you here. The eldest mistress said, That's very negligent. Yanxiu responded with a wry smile. After she retreated, they only walked to the lower door of the foreign-style building. Jianxing walked out of the door, sweating all over. Thinking about this, Yanxiu was very oppressed at home. Could it be that after her father died, her brother and sister-in-law would cut off her finances and prevent her from studying? The current laws of the Republic of China. Men and women have the same right to inherit inheritance. At least Ms. Song can use what she deserves to study, so what should she be afraid of? I heard that she is from Changzhou and Nanjing is very close to her home. Wouldn't she go home to find someone from her clan to discuss matters with her brother? He was very worried about Ms. Song, so he lowered his head and made plans to go back to school. He was originally a student studying science, but today he went to the library, asked the director for a book called The Complete Collection of 6 Laws, and spread it out on the table, not caring about the beginning or end. I rummaged around for a while. Although this law book is expressed in words and does not have any diagrams or formulas, some technical terms are difficult to understand. Therefore, after reading for a long time, I could not see some truth, so I had to put down the book and walk out of the library. He was wondering what method he should use today to relieve the worries in his chest. Suddenly, someone patted him behind him and said with a smile, "Lao Wu. Do you plan to go home and file a divorce lawsuit? Why are you reading the law books today?" When Jianxing looked back, it was Fei Changnian, a classmate from the law department. In both warm and cold seasons, he often wears a beautiful Mandarin jacket on top of his long clothes, hence his nickname, Pretty Old Master. Thinking about the word beautiful, you can tell that he is very young. He and Wu Jianxing are also considered comrades. They were all pursuing Song Yanxiu. So no matter what the problem is, Changnian will always be suspicious of women. Jianxing said, "Can't I check the law books? All the books in the library are for us to read. We can't say that we will be suspicious just because we read any book." Fei Changnian smiled and said, "If you are really concerned about women's issues, instead of looking up books, you might as well ask me and I can give you some ideas." Jianxing said, "I am neither married nor engaged, so why should I file for divorce?" Changnian smiled and said, "Maybe there are other issues about women." Jianxing said, "I'm just fighting against someone else, so it doesn't matter if I tell you. Let me ask you, if a woman is under 20 years old, can she legally receive the same inheritance as her brother? If possible, not only would her brother not give her money, but he would also ban her from studying." Changnian clapped his hands, jumped up with a smile and said, "This is Miss Song. Has she asked you for advice?" Jianxing blushed and said, "I'm not talking about her. I have a relative who is in such a situation now." Changnian stretched out his right hand towards his face and flicked his middle finger and thumb. There was a loud slap, and he said with a smile, "What don't I understand?" There was a loud slap, and he said with a smile, "What don't I understand?" You shaved your face today and wore a new suit. You must have gone to the Song family. I think you have hit a big nail. Jianxing said, "Unless you have encountered nails, how would you know?" As he spoke, he raised his shoulders twice to show his disdain. Changnian said with a smile, "Don't think about eating swan meat. She is going to Shanghai to get married. After getting married, she will go overseas for her honeymoon. The opponent is the son of a rich man in Zhejiang and a student who is about to graduate from our school." Who among us can compare with others? Jianxing said, that must be Gao Yihong who writes disgusting articles. He is a declining dandy. I must write an article one day to scold him. His personality as a thief who deceives girls has long been declared bankrupt. When he said this, his face turned serious. Changnian just smiled, but didn't say anything. Jianxing had indeed heard this news before. Although Yanxiu liked sports, she also liked literature and art. Gao Yihong often contributed articles to newspapers, vaguely praising Yanxiu. He has money. He also has a good literary reputation in this school. It is not a problem. He must be pursuing Yanxiu. This guy also often goes to the library, but he didn't come today. Please pay attention to his actions in the future. With this plan in mind, he began to investigate Gao Yihong. On the third day, I entered the school and just passed the door of the dormitory. The dormitory Wednesday ran up from behind and shouted, "Mr. Wu! Mr. Wu!" When Jianxing stood still, he quietly thrust a small rose-colored envelope into his hand. Jianxing borrowed 3 cents from Wednesday and entertained him often. This was his reward. So she nodded to him twice and put the small letter into her bag. When I walked to the corner outside the building wall, I turned around and saw no one, so I took out the letter on my body. Take it apart and look at it. Where he stood, there was a clump of bamboo. On the other side of the bamboo, there was a person secretly reading the letter, and that person was Fei Changnian. The letter he read: Mr. Changnian's note. Yan is staying at number 303 on the 3rd floor of Taiping Hotel, tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Please come and have a chat. Song Yang Kiki. When Fei Changnian saw this, he felt so ecstatic that he almost jumped to the top of the bamboo. Although he could not jump up, he could not help but scream out. He shouted. Naturally, the health outside the bamboo was disturbed. He was seeing Mr. Jianxing's comment. Yan is staying at number 303 on the 3rd floor of the Taiping Hotel. Tomorrow afternoon. When he saw this, his heart was already beating wildly, and with the hurried shout, he was so frightened that he shrugged. He was about to ask who it was, but Changnian had already come out. Jianxing had already grabbed the letter, stuffed it into his pocket, and said with a smile, "Why are you hiding alone in this bamboo?" Changnian said, "It's nothing. Let me see if there are any new bamboo shoots." "Did you take something and throw it around your body?" "Show me," Jianxing said. An insurance policy cannot be read by others. But Changnian didn't bother to see his insurance policy. He turned around and left. Jianxing thought to himself, how come he knew I was here in advance? This is strange. So he stretched his head and looked around again. I checked twice, but no one was there. Take out the letter again and read the second half. At 7 o'clock, please come and have a chat. Song Yanxiu will start. Oh. Fortunately, Fei Changnian was not allowed to know about it. If he were to find out, he would definitely destroy it. I'm afraid this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity will be hard to come by again. The letter said I would go tomorrow. It would be best to go today, but if I go today, there may be some inconvenience. Originally, She believed in me, so I shouldn't pursue it too hard, but it aroused her resentment, so I'd better endure it. With this thought in mind, he immediately took out his watch. Matched the clock on the building. There is such a coincidence in the world. When I was checking my watch, the love rival I was spying on, Gao Yihong, also came out of the library through the road and stood under the building to check my watch. Today he was wearing a domestically produced light gray shaggy long jacket. The inside can be equipped with a white silk lining, which flows downward and is flat without a single wrinkle. A light gray velvet hat was worn diagonally on his head. How abominable! Yanxiu was dressed soberly these days, and he was also dressed so plainly. Look at his hair again. He is combed like black satin. He can really slip flies away. No matter how white his face is, he always has a naughty look. The guy seemed to know that Jianxing was paying attention to him, so he smiled slightly and walked away sideways. Jianxing thought to himself, "You don't have to smile lightly. She has made an appointment with me for a meeting in the hotel tomorrow." It is not an easy thing for a young man to have a talk with his lover in a hotel, right? Maybe I will proceed so fast that you will not be able to cry even after I publish it. You have failed now. What are you laughing at? Jianxing was so happy that he gave up Yihong and stopped investigating. I am very happy to raise money from various places and prepare it for tomorrow's use, such as movie theater tickets, restaurant accounts, etc. The next day, I woke up early in the bed in the boarding house. In order to muddle through half the morning, I deliberately turned over in bed, sleeping very late and getting up very late. After I didn't want to get up, I first took a look at the watch on the table and saw that it was only 8 o'clock. I came back from watching a night movie. I fell asleep and couldn't wake up in the morning. I couldn't catch up with the 8 o'clock class. Today I plan to go to bed late and wake up at 8 o'clock. People who are students are always embarrassed to go back to sleep after getting up, so they stop sleeping and go to the barber shop. This matter. It was originally scheduled to be done in the afternoon, so I had to do it in the morning. After getting a haircut, I wandered around 2 or 3 streets, bought a handkerchief, put it in my suit pocket, and ran back to school. It was only around 11 o'clock. He really couldn't believe today's day. But this difficulty has passed. After getting angry, I looked at the homework table posted on the wall. 1st to 2nd in the afternoon was calculus, and 3rd to 5th was 2 chemistry tests. No matter what, I took the handout and went to the cafeteria to eat. After dinner, be the first student to attend class. Wait in class first. I finished the class patiently, and my appointment at Yanxiu was still at 2 o'clock. When I got back to the house, I had to find an English novel to read, but after reading 2 pages, I had to look at my watch. After reading 8 pages, I only spent 40 minutes. It's so easy to read English books today. How strange. No more reading. Then he fell down on the bed. Going to take a break. But before he laid his head on the pillow, he suddenly realized, my hair is as shiny as Gao Yihong's today. Don't lie down and sleep disorderly. So after being warned like this, I immediately sat up again, not counting sitting up. I looked at the mirror propped on the table carefully for a while again. Under the white paper covering the table, find a long-handled comb. I combed my hair for a while and pressed it with my hands. It was really smooth. Then I stood up, pulled at the hem of my suit, took off my hat from the bookshelf, and put it on my head gently to avoid damaging my hair. Dai is confused. Wandered around the house for a few minutes. He just held his hands with his clothes, feeling that there was nothing inappropriate, so he walked out of the school door and walked towards the Taiping Hotel. He always felt that it was not easy to pass the time today, so he walked to the Taiping Hotel instead of taking a rickshaw. Arrived at the door. He was always afraid that the time would come too early, so it was best to make sure it was never too early or too late. At exactly 7 o'clock, he sent his business card to the house where Yanqiu lived. So I stood still, took out the watch and looked at it, all of a sudden. He regretted it greatly. It turned out that it was already 15 minutes past 7 o'clock. If Yanqiu waited for 4 or 5 minutes and didn't see him, he lost his temper and walked away. Then, everything important will be over. Thinking of this, the beads of sweat on my head were like the lid of a steamer. Watery. He took the hat in his left hand, took out his business card in his pocket with his right hand, entered the hotel, and headed straight to the 3rd floor. In no time, the person arrived at the information desk. When he saw a waiter, he handed him his business card and said, "Meet Miss Song at 3:03. The waiter didn't even read his business card. Just lead from the front. Jianxing thought to himself, Yanqiu must have said hello, so he let me in without any consideration. But what the restaurant leads to is not the guest room, but the Western dining room on this floor. This is nothing more, which especially surprised Jianxing. In addition to the protagonist, there are already 3 male guests here. 2 of them are classmates Gao Yihong and Fei Chengyan. The other person, although not a friend, is recognized by Nanjing's most famous football player Shernalo. Although he is not very fat. However, his 2 strong arms were like iron hoops. He wore a dark gray suit, revealing a blue shirt underneath, with a black tie on the collar. Although he has hair on his head, he has a short head and a flat heart, which is exactly the opposite of himself. He is very tall. He has a long face, which according to legend is the style of a foreign movie star. However, although the skin is somewhat yellowish and black, it seems to be tanned, and it cannot be said to be a natural and healthy color. This kind of person puts aside his studies and shows off on the court every day so that he can gain fame in vain. Winning the favor of modern girls is simply not worth it. Jianxing felt this way when he saw it. Yanqiu smiled and said, "I was the first to send Mr. Wu's invitation, so why did Mr. Wu arrive last?" Jianxing panicked. Even though he was wearing a suit, he held his hat in both hands and bowed wildly. "I'm sorry," Lian said. Yanqiu smiled at Shernalo and said, "This is also my classmate Wu Jianshengjun." Shernalo was not very jealous of Ms. Song's boyfriend, so he immediately stretched out his hand to shake Jianxing's. Yanqiu pointed to the chairs in front of the big dining table and said, "Everyone, please sit down." We ate and talked. After she finished saying this, she sat down on the chair in the center and pointed her hands to both sides to invite her to sit down. The 4 male guests moved their chairs next to each other and sat down. Yinxiu turned around and said to the waiter, "Bring the wine." Then he smiled at the guest and said, "I am in mourning. I shouldn't drink at first, but there are some special circumstances today, so I have to drink. Drink some wine, a little less. It is still very good for your brain." The guests unanimously agreed with a good word. The waiter brought in the wine and served the dishes. Everyone picked up the wine glasses. Miss Song held it up to Yinxiu and said thank you. Yinxiu smiled and said something slight, and then said with a smile, "Do you four think my surname is Song?" Everyone was surprised when they heard this. They had been classmates with her for many years, but no one knew that she was the daughter of Director Song. How come the surname is no longer Song? Everyone looked at her face and couldn't reply. She smiled and said, "Not only am I not named Song, but I am not from Changzhou, Jiangsu either." Nai Lao sat under her right hand, placed the wine glass, and put his hands on his knees. He looked at her with great concern and said with a smile, "Ms. Song was greatly stimulated." Yinxiu waved his hands repeatedly and said, "Although I was stimulated, I didn't even deny my name and place of origin. Even if I deny it, how can I calm down the injustice in my chest?" Yihong sat on her left hand, but turned around and said to Wu and Fei, "This is strange. We have been classmates with Ms. Song for many years, but we still don't know her name and place of origin." Yinxiu held up the cup and said with a smile, "Please have a glass of wine, everyone, and I can tell you my story." That's something you never dreamed of. Everyone was not in a hurry to listen to her story. They all drank. Yinxiu put down the cup and stood up. He waved to everyone and said, "Come on, let me point out something for you to take a look at." Everyone saw her acting like this. He didn't even know what kind of medicine she was selling in the gourd, so he stood up and walked upstairs to the restaurant outside the restaurant. It is next to Zhonghua Road, one of the busiest streets in Nanjing. At 8 o'clock, the night sky was completely covered. There are houses on both sides of the street, and the traffic lights and signs are all bright. In the dim red and blue light, the shadows of the buildings were slightly revealed above, while the lights below were shining in all directions. Coupled with the whine of the car horn, it felt very lively. But everyone couldn't see anything when they came here, but they didn't know what it had to do with Yinxiu not being named Song. Yinxiu pointed to the street downstairs and said, 6 years ago, there was no such road, it was just a very narrow street. The eaves of the houses on both sides of the street. You can almost reach out and touch it. Everyone. For those of you who have been in Nanjing for a long time, do you still remember this incident? Changnian said, "I am an old Nanjing man. I remember this matter. There used to be a small street here, which was so small that even a car would have trouble passing it." Yinxiu said with a smile, "No. I think the people on this street in the past would never have dreamed of cars running around like this. Like me, 6 years ago, my family lived on this street." A yellow-haired girl stood in front of the small tea stove. "I never imagined that I would be eating delicious food and drinking wine in this 3-story foreign-style building today." Yihong lost his voice and said, "Joke." Yinxiu said, "Do you think I am joking?" As he spoke, he pointed to the door of a department store downstairs. "I remember it was probably right here." Because that pair of doors is a newly built red brick bungalow that is still there today, let's sit down and talk about it. After saying that, she returned to the table first. These 4 guests, now like 4 dogs in the dog park, just followed the electric rabbit and returned to the table in unison, turning their 8 eyes looked at her. She smiled and said, "4 of you. You are all my good friends." As he spoke, he rolled his eyes, showed his teeth, and smiled at everyone. When she said this, everyone felt like they had eaten something. It was both sweet and sour. Sweet because she said they were good friends. What about sour? Just because the good friend she said was not just one person, but 4. No matter who it is, they are a little reluctant to the other 3 people. Yinxiu didn't care about them, he just said what he wanted and continued, "I just said that I am a yellow-haired girl." It's not something you would normally scold a girl for. At that time, I was really just a yellow-haired girl. For this reason, my surname is no longer Song. When everyone saw how sincerely she spoke, they naturally did not dare to make jokes in front of her anymore, and they all straightened their faces. Listen down. In order to express his special love, Jianxing found a sentence and said, "No matter what Ms. Song said, I think that only one who can liberate his own woman can be an ambitious person." Ms. Song. Yinxiu shook his head and smiled. "I have already said that my surname is not Song. Why do you still call me Ms. Song?" At this moment, Jianxing was so embarrassed that he could do nothing. He blushed and just smiled. He held the knife and fork with both hands and would not move. Gao Yihong, on the other hand, was a literature student after all. There were some changes in the article in his stomach, so he said, "Of course we will handle this. But we are not so bold and dare to call your name, so what should we do?" Yinxiu said, "Actually, it doesn't matter if you call me by name. I don't study the appearance. But now, I should also announce my real surname, which is Muiyang." The 4 guests looked at each other. She added, "My surname is Yang, why is my surname Song?" To study this issue, we must first start with my place of origin. I'm not from Jiangsu. Let's finish the half glass of wine first. Let me have the courage to speak happily for a while. Then he raised the tall glass and led everyone to drink. Everyone drank half of the glass and took another shot. Yinxiu leaned his arms on the edge of the table, crossed his fingers, and held his fists, with a very upright face. He shouted out 5 words straightforwardly, "I am from Gansu." The 4 guests said softly in unison. She said, "Since I am from Gansu, how come I have changed from Jiangsu? The reason is very long. I want to invite you here today to explain this reason. Having said that, I would like to ask you to help me a little bit." All 4 people said at the same time, "It's not a problem, it's not a problem." At this time, the waiter had already served coffee, and Yan Qiu smiled and said, "Since it's a long conversation, let's just finish eating and talk slowly." Yihong said, "I think it's better to invite Song." "No. Please tell Ms. Yang quickly." Yinxiu smiled, finished her coffee, and then asked everyone to sit down on the sofa. She also chose to sit on the chairs facing each other. At this time, she stopped smiling and pulled the gray cloth cheongsam away. a few times, and then pat the dust. Then he raised his head and sighed. 7 years ago, I didn't want to have today. A month ago, I didn't want to have today either. I used to be a wandering person, and I stopped for a while by chance. Now I am wandering down again. Let's go. What do you say? Please listen to my report. The following is the conversation of this Ms. Yang. Chapter 02, Digging Grass to Satisfy Hunger, Surviving from Horse Manure to Praying for the People to Pay Taxes. My history is very pitiful to say, and it is very strange what I've been through so far. From a big girl to a disaster victim, from a disaster victim to a girl, from a girl to a young lady, and now from a young lady to a disaster victim. I cannot announce this secret until my adoptive father passes away. Because he loves me very much and tells me to cherish my feathers. In fact, it is not my fault that I turned from a disaster victim to a girl. Even if I say it, it won't hurt my character. It's just my adoptive father who refuses to expose the fact that he adopted the girl as his adopted daughter. I don't want him to be sad over this little thing. I tried my best to endure it. Now, he is dead. My 4 brothers and sisters-in-law were afraid that people with my foreign surname would want to divide their property, so they hindered me in everything. I think I have my hometown, why should I hate it in front of them? So I suddenly changed my plan. Decided to leave them and return to the Northwest. Before I go back to the Northwest, I want to tell you my history. If I die or are never heard from again after I go, my friends can write my history and treat it as a person. Read a bitter novel. I've finished talking about this paragraph, and now I can get back to my business. I am from Jingning County, Gansu Province. My father's name is Yang Shi, who was a normal student in the former Qing dynasty. In order to work as a teacher in Longda, my 2 brothers and I were brought to live in Longda County. Longda and Jingning are neighboring counties. The dry road is only 90 miles, so it is not allowed to go out. In Gansu, probably to this day, middle schools still have separate schools for boys and girls. As for primary schools, 6 or 7 years ago, it was very rare for boys and girls to study together. However, my father was a normal school student and I was only about 10 years old. After several discussions with my mother, he put me in primary school. In primary schools in the mainland, there is no other subject to talk about, except Chinese language, which is given special attention. And we do not necessarily read Chinese textbooks. The 4 books, 5 classics, and even books such as 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, and 5-character magazine, are all available at the student's convenience. Whatever you like to read, your teacher will teach you. So when I was in elementary school, it was like studying in a private school. It can be said that I have no ordinary knowledge at all, but I am confused and have a glimmer of light on the path of Chinese language. This is one of the reasons why I can still study in Nanjing, a good area. In the 4th year after my family moved to Lund, disaster struck. I still remember, in the first winter, there were 2 heavy snowfalls. In the spring, it did not rain all the time, but 2 occasional showers of raindrops, which did not even wet the dust. Although I am not very old, I hear people say anytime and anywhere, the drought is coming, it's terrible. At that time, I didn't know how serious the drought was, but I still studied and played every day. From March and April to autumn. Two things made me know that the drought was really serious. The first thing is that our family usually lives a very good life. Although we can't eat noodles every day, we always eat black noodle buns every 2 days, and we also eat pot helmets for the rest. What is black-faced steamed bun? It is wheat grown locally and ground into flour using local methods. This is called black flour. It is also black in nature, and steamed buns made with this black flour are called steamed buns. The steamed buns were not loose and soft like the ones we eat in restaurants now, but thick and hard. But the people in Gansu eat meat just like the people in the South eat. What is a pot helmet? It is a round pancake baked hard with black flour in a pot. It is about as big as the mouth of a bowl and about half an inch thick. It is baked and placed at home. When you are hungry, you can pick it up and chew it. This kind of thing. Normally people don't need much food, and they don't use much oil or salt. My father is a scholar, and he is more particular about his food. He often stir-fries leeks, dips them in chili powder and a little vinegar, and serves them with another dish. If you don't eat leeks, you can eat raw radish slices dipped in salt and chili vinegar. We also have some rice soup, which is a handful of millet boiled with a large pot of water. It can be drunk as tea or soup. But after several months of drought, our family is running out of these things day by day. In the end, I couldn't eat anything together, so I ate fried noodles instead. This kind of thing cannot be seen outside Tongguan. It is made from something like corn, called millet, mixed with wheat grains, ground into powder, and stir-fried in a pot until it becomes burnt, yellow, and dry like wood chips. We served it in earthenware bowls and ate it with our hands. It doesn't matter the number of meals, just eat when you are hungry. At that time, although I could never have dreamed of such a beautiful life in the southeast, I ate that food every day and dried up all the fluid in my mouth with the oily fried noodles. According to my father, the price of food will just increase. Even this kind of fried noodles will one day become unaffordable. If you don't have to eat this kind of thing, what else is there to eat? This is the first strange thing in my mind. What about second? Digging wells in the Northwest was originally difficult, as the wells were dug to a depth of 30 or 40 feet. Sometimes I just beat some yellow mud up. This is only strange in the county town of Lund, which has several good clean water wells. When we compare it with other places, this place is in the sky. But after several months of drought, the well water became muddy. It's not that the water has changed color because of the drought, but that the water in the well has slowly dried up. The lowered bucket fell to the bottom of the well, and the mud inside was dug up. After these two things, I realized that everyone was calling for a drought. That's not a scary thing to say. But this is still the first step. Difficult days will gradually follow. On the first day of school this fall, the number of classmates suddenly decreased by half. My father's salary, which was originally 10 yuan per month, gradually became difficult to pay. It didn't matter when he was teaching in the school. When he got home every day, he would sit on the chair with his eyebrows furrowed, his hands on his thighs, his head lowered, and he would just sigh. Sometimes, when I stand in the yard and look at the sky, I sigh and say, ahem. This is the sky. He didn't know how many times he said this every day. God made him talk worse and worse. Every day when he looked up, everything was blue, and there was no white cloud as big as a tabletop. I heard someone say, wheat was sold for 2 yuan a dough. But there are 200 to 300 households in the city. I didn't see any restaurant that served wheat noodles. The guacamole and black buns were gone. We all ate fried noodles, but this fried noodles were much more expensive than the previous wheat noodles. My father had no income, so food became more expensive. Even restricting eating fried noodles to 2 meals a day has caused problems. First, the father urged the principal, and then the principal urged the county magistrate. He could still ask for 2 or 3 yuan a month, but later the county magistrate refused to pay and closed the school. If you want to borrow money, who is not poor? Even if someone has a little money, they still save it to buy pasta for themselves. As for those who were a little rich, they had already become impatient with others and fled elsewhere. My father originally had no intention of teaching, and he had few students. The school was closed, and he gave up his intention. He left us in Lund and took my 17-year-old brother with him, and went back to Jingning to think of something to do. I've been gone for half a month and still haven't come back. I only have 3 kilograms of fried rice noodles left at home. How can I eat these few kilograms of fried noodles for half a month? We mixed our meals with water and cooked them. I only dare to eat half a catty a day. For the rest, I go to the mountain ridge outside the city, dig some grass roots, chop them into pieces with a knife, boil them until they are mashed, and eat them with fried rice noodles. It's September in the cool autumn, and it's useless even if it rains and snows, because this year's food supply won't rain in June. Even if you can't collect it. Some of the food for the coming year is sown in the autumn of the next year, and some is sown in the spring. Look at this situation. There is no need to talk about crops this year. We will have to talk about it next year. We are also living one day at a time, and no one is looking forward to what will happen next year. It's just that there is no rain or snow, and even the grass on the mountain ridges has dried up, and it is not easy to dig out the grass roots. Naturally, we have nothing else to do this day. We are thinking of ways to fill our stomachs every day. One day, there were 3 of my daughters. Then he went to the mountain ridge to dig grass roots. The weather there is very cold, and it can snow at the end of August in the lunar calendar. The weather was dry this year, and although it was slightly colder, on this day, we wore old sheepskin jackets to go out. The word leather jacket sounds nice. But if you see the leather jacket I was wearing at that time, you will laugh. This leather jacket is made of a whole piece of sheepskin, sewn together with a few thin ropes, and it barely looks like a piece of clothing. Not only does it have no face, it doesn't even have buttons. It is tied to the body with a rope. I was wearing a leather jacket and a pair of trousers. When I was blown by the northwest wind on the mountain ridge, I shivered all over. Ordinary people may be able to withstand this northwest wind for a while, but we who have been hungry for more than half a year cannot bear the cold. I first thought about the fried flour at home. There was only about half a catty left. Even if I picked the grass roots and cooked them, I could only eat 2 meals. If I didn't dig the grass roots, would go hungry tomorrow. So I gritted my teeth and squatted on the ground, digging the soil with a short hoe. To get some warmth. I dug with all my strength, but my mother had already seen this situation, and she said to me, "Your face is already black, let's go back first." I really didn't dare to say no reluctantly, so I stamped my feet on the ground and ran home. But it was too late, I had already caught a cold. After returning home, I felt top-heavy. He fell down on the Kong and didn't know anyone else. My father has not come back. Needless to say, my mother is an old-fashioned woman. The old-style women from the Northwest call the people in the house themselves. The people in the house just took care of the things in the house and asked her to go out to find money and food. That won't work. Because she never talked to men in her life, how could she go about asking for help? At this time, she fell ill because of me and couldn't bear for me to starve anymore. She cooked the fried flour to make soup and left it all for me to eat. She and my second brother only boiled the grass roots to eat. My second brother is only 15 years old. Don't lose the temper of a big child. Asking him to eat grass roots, he couldn't bear it. He would hold the bowl and often cry. Our family only has a rectangular room with an earthen Kong at one end and an earthen stove next to the earthen wall at the other end. So boil the grass roots in the house and eat the grass roots. I could see even when I was lying on the Kong. Sometimes my second brother wakes me up from crying, and I see him sitting with an earthenware bowl on his lap, looking into the bowl, tears streaming down like sand. He holds the chopsticks in his right hand, and does not pick the grass roots to eat, but only eats them horizontally. He raised his arms to rub his eyes. My mother hugged her thighs and sat by the earthen Kong. She looked at the Kong and then at my second brother. She was also crying so hard that she couldn't turn around. Even though I am young, I still feel uncomfortable when I see him like this. I said to my mother, "Give some of the fried flour to my second brother, who is sick. I can't eat it anyway." My mother said, "It's not that I want to treat you better, it's just because you don't know how many days it will take to get sick, and there is no doctor in the city. You should save this little fried noodles with water for you to drink, to save your life." My second brother also said, "I didn't want to eat those fried flour, it was just a full meal. I mean, Dad hasn't come back yet. Even if he comes back, he will find a way. We can't wait here to die. 2 months ago, you could still buy food in Londa County, but now you have money." They also refused to sell grain to others. Even if Dad got the money, it would be a big deal. I cried just thinking about it. Look, everyone, how are we going to live this day? I am sick, and my mother and second brother are eating grass roots again. On the second day. It was the second brother who came up with something. What can be done? It's funny to think that you are thinking about horse manure. You shouldn't be surprised, thinking that we are so hungry that we even eat horse dung. In fact, we remove the horse dung and exchange it for food. How can horse manure be exchanged for food? It turns out that when we arrived in Gansu, the people slept on heated beds. We have very little firewood there, so we usually cook with raw coal. This kind of raw coal powder is extremely difficult to burn, and the bellows must be pulled. The heated Kong is kept burning all day and night, so who can go and blow the bellows all day long? Moreover, the coal fire is so powerful that people sleeping on the Kong cannot bear it. Therefore, we collect the dung from animals in bits and pieces during normal times and store them in one place. Once you have a whole stone's worth of dung, spread it out in the sun to dry. When it's dry, you put it in a basket and leave it to be burned in the cold weather. Although my two brothers were studying with their father, they often went out to pick up horse manure, so we had quite a collection at home. Do the math. It lasted 2 winters. But after this summer, all the livestock were killed and sold to other places, and there was a shortage of horse manure. Some people don't have horse dung to heat their heated kangs, so they are also very panicked. You must know that Gansu people live on heated kangs throughout the winter, otherwise will freeze to death. Because of this, my second brother went from house to house asking if anyone wanted horse manure. I am willing to exchange some for food. After running for a long time, he actually made 2 deals. He carried 2 loads of horse dung during the day and came back carrying fried flour at night. Why carry it back at night? Just because you might carry it back during the day and someone might snatch it away. At this time, the saying became, "There is no gentleman in a hurry." No one wants to starve while looking at food, so that's a good thing. With these few kilograms of fried flour at home, we can survive for a few more days. This time, my mother regarded these few kilograms of flour as more valuable than gold. She dug a hole in the corner of the yard, and in the dark, filled most of the fried noodles in an earthen jar. Then put it in a pit and bury it with soil. Why is this so? Let me explain this reason later. For the fried flour that was not buried, my mother divided it into more than a dozen portions, wrapped them in pieces of paper, and stuffed one package here and there to prevent others from searching them. Take out 1 packet at each meal, boil it in boiling water and eat it. We have not eaten salt for a whole month. My mother said that if people don't eat salt, they will have no strength. For this reason, I asked my second brother to pick up a load of horse manure and exchange it for 2 ounces of salt. Give me water to drink. People are really mean-spirited. If I were to suffer from a cold like that right now. Even the doctor's car fare cost 2 yuan, but at that time I relied on these 2 taels of salt to drink water, cook stir-fry batter, and sweat on the heated floor, and I slowly recovered from my illness. However, the disease has healed, and I no longer dare to go out to dig grass roots to eat. Moreover, my appetite became even more generous after I became ill. My mother and my second brother ate even less than I did. Fortunately, my father came back at this time. When he came in, he burst into tears without saying a word. My eldest brother also cried. It's strange for us 3 wives. There is no one missing, so why do you feel so sad when you enter? After they finished crying, my father said, after returning to Jingning, the famine was also the same, and I wanted to sell all my property in order to exchange for some food. On this day, there was talk of someone buying property. Isn't that a joke? But my father had my father's plans. He had a brother who was also a student, and at that time he was a big king in the mountains. He had about 200 guns and 500 to 600 victims. You say he is a bandit, but he is still a common man in the countryside. And I don't know who appointed him as the security commander. You have to say that he is a good citizen, and he brought those people and those guns. Whatever he and others want, they have to give him. Therefore, while everyone was living through the lean years, he was the only one who still had food and drink. My father was having a hard time. So I took a risk, sent him the land title deeds, and lent him some money. He laughed and said that my father has become a nerd. These days, the fields cannot be grown at all, so what is the use of buying them? Besides, when he is sitting at home, food is naturally delivered to his door. Why would he buy that dead thing? For the sake of food, it doesn't matter, just work as a secretary for him. Do you think my father is willing to be a bandit? It's just that I can't leave my wife, family, and children behind. He didn't force himself, so he gave my father 1 stone to raise wheat and 5 sheep. Because of these things, people become bandits. He was also seen as a burden. One day, officers and soldiers came after him, and he couldn't take him away, so he had to be a favor. My father didn't dare to ask him for money anymore. Father and son, you picked the wheat and I drove the sheep. We took turns bringing these 2 things to Londa County. But there is no peace on this road. There are security groups along the road. How can the security groups let the food go when they see it? 5 sheep were completely left behind. My father begged them, saying that he had sold his land in exchange for saving his life. He also said it well, the only way to save life is to eat cereals. Are there any people who eat mutton? If you say more, treat you like a bandit. This is because you sent the sheep, so I put this load of buckwheat over. To be honest, you may not be able to pick out this load of buckwheat and take it home. My father didn't dare to say anything more, so he just picked up the wheat and left. Sure enough, it was the second time I met him. They were not members of the security group, but a well-known army member during the warlord era 10 years ago. Anyway, this is a thing of the past, and there is no need to mention who he is. Their slogan is to benefit the people. But as a soldier, he can only develop the skills to fight. But they can't develop the ability to hold their stomachs without eating, and they work hard to go to the gym every day, and they can't starve. When my father picked up the load of buckwheat and passed through a small town, he met them. Several people stopped my father. He said he was going to be led to see the chief. My father had long been moved by their slogans and policies. He had a preconceived idea that the army that asked for orders for the people was always good, so he followed the 2 brothers, picked up the load of buckwheat, and went into their camp. Regiment headquarters. Their leader. It was not as kind as my father expected. He said with a straight face, "Fellow, where did you get this load of food?" My father said, "I was taken on loan from my hometown and sent to Lund to support the family." The group leader sneered and said he didn't believe my father's words to deceive a 3-year-old child. In this day and age, who has enough grain to lend to others? He is clearly a profiteer selling food. In such a famine year, if you still want to exploit the common people for food, is this a small crime? Since this is your first offender, I will let you live, but I will lock you up. There is not much free food for people like you. Get lost. The regiment leader finally showed great kindness and released my father and eldest brother. But there was no reason to pick me to take home again, so he and his son cried as soon as they walked in the door. Not only did I go home, but I came back empty-handed for the entire month. And while walking on the road, I didn't eat anything. I just found a well with water and drank 2 full ounces of water. Fortunately, there is not much way to get home, otherwise, would have starved to death on the way. After hearing these words, we felt sorry for them, and our hopes for the whole month became empty dreams. I couldn't help but cry too. Mother felt sorry for them as travelers, so she cooked some fried flour for them to eat. As my father held the bowl, he remembered that there wasn't much food in it. How come the 3 members of the family hadn't finished all the food they had eaten in these days? This is a bit strange. When he asked us that it was fallen with horse manure, his thoughts came back to his mind. He said, "The weather is cold this year. We can't survive the winter by burning a heated Kong at home. We have to go out to find food. Can we survive this cold weather with just this food? There are at least 8 months left. I think we will go back to Jingning together and follow Wang Fu to Qianba." The fool Wang he was talking about was the commander who sent him sheep and wheat. My mother said, "Are you crazy? Not afraid of beheading?" My father said, "Beheading is death, and starvation is death. Things are pressing, what should I do?" My eldest brother had been to the commander's place before. He knew that it was very comfortable and he immediately became happy. Jumping and saying, okay, we'll go tomorrow." My father looked at my eldest brother and remained silent for a long time. Then he shed tears and said, "Son, I have an infatuation. I want to train you to do something for the people of Gansu. In this way, my infatuation will be buried, and your lifelong events will also be missed. If I am just angry, what is the way out for me to become a bandit? Throwing your head into your job is a dead end. Everyone becomes a bandit and eats ready-made food. Where does the ready-made food come from? This is not advisable. There is really nothing to eat. Your mother and I will starve to death. You have a long time to come, so you cannot die. As long as you have a breath, you can go east out of Tongguan and reach Hunan. Then you can beg for food to survive. At that time, you and others were slaves and girls, but you also had to study, and then you learned some knowledge and came back to save the people of Gansu. People in Gansu are used to suffering and don't know this is hell. Outsiders who have never been there don't know this is hell. Only when people from Gansu have traveled to other provinces and come back, can they realize that Gansu is a miserable place and must be saved. I would very much like to do something for the people of Gansu, but I am not knowledgeable enough and I am old, so what else can I do? I only look forward to watching you grow up. Complete this wish with me. But God and the people of Northwest China are in trouble. It's so early in the morning, I can't take care of it right now, and it's hard to predict the future. But I have one breath, and I will definitely teach you to be good people. I still remember what my father said to this day. Still clearly remembered in my mind. So I want to go back to the Northwest this time, just because of what my father said. When you get to the east, learn some knowledge and go back to save the people of Gansu. Now I come back to the main topic. My elder brother was very loyal in those days. The Chinese language is also somewhat clear, because the education we received was only Chinese. But compared with his second brother, he is still far behind. He said to his father, "Your wish is very good, but I am afraid that we, the younger generation, will not be able to achieve it. Since my father wants us to go to the East to seek a way to survive. There's nothing to eat at home, so sooner or later I have to leave, so I'll leave first. I wasn't very smart in studying, and I didn't have much hope for the future. I was put down when I died." After hearing this, my father remained silent. My mother said, "Why did you leave alone first? Even if you want to die, you will die in one place." As she said this, she cried. Originally, the drought in Shaanxi at this time was worse than that in Gansu. To go to the east, you have to pass through Shaanxi. Walking through such a famine-stricken place, I am afraid there is nowhere to beg for food. My father relented and dropped the conversation. But from that day on, 2 more people came to eat the food we buried in the soil. This is a very scary thing. On the second day, my father was running around visiting some of his friends to see if they could do anything. In fact, they don't have any special good ideas. They just borrow money and sell them, get some money, go to the countryside, secretly buy some grain and bring it back to eat. Some people here, who are better off than my father, only give us half a caddy of grain. This time, our austerity policy goes one step further. Half a pound of flour usually lasts 4 to 5 days. The so-called eating grain is just a name. What we ate at that time was things like corn cobs. It was the people who ate the corn who threw it away. When the country people harvested a lot of corn, they peeled it off, picked out the new and tender corn cobs, chopped them with a knife, and cooked them with some miscellaneous grains before feeding them to the pigs. But where can we get the cereals to mix with? Just grind the corn cob into small pieces. Go cook it and eat it. Although this taste is very bitter, it is much better than the taste of boiled grass roots. Because the grass roots were dug by oneself, and the corn cobs were bought with money. Since it is still valuable, it is certainly better than grass roots. After we have tasted the grass roots, there are corn cobs to eat, but I am satisfied. Meanwhile, my father continued to think of ideas. Living like this, eating corn cobs, we are still worried and afraid. It turned out that a battalion of troops arrived from nowhere. This camp did not bring any food or fodder with them. I had no choice but to ask for food from the county magistrate after I arrived in the county. The county magistrate couldn't prepare all the food and drink at home to supply the whole camp, so he had to send guards to go door to door to force them. 2 months ago, these guards came to our home. It's just that when you see something to eat, you pick it up and leave. If you don't see it, you naturally forget about it. When you see it, pick it up and walk away. To say that in such a famine year, you still have food in your house is not a good person. They are also used to searching. So this time, the master of Z County sent them without any trouble at all. According to the idiom, it is to use familiar hands. Naturally, The common people in this city, including men and women, can only be organized into one camp. These people probably had their last meal. I don't know if there will be any problem with the meal. How can we afford it now that twice as many people are coming here asking for food and drink? These people were waiting to be eaten, and even if the county magistrate wanted to go to the countryside to search, it was too late. Therefore, these guards got anxious in the city today and arrived at a house. No matter it's good or bad, you always need some food before you leave. I still remember, that afternoon, the sun was pale yellow, shining in the yard. Not only was there no heating, but it was also a bit gloomy. Our family lives in a courtyard with 2 other families. Our room has 2 panel doors facing the yard. I'm afraid the 2 doors can't withstand the cold. So outside the door, we took apart a linen bag and tied it together to form a curtain, which was hung at the gate. My whole family sat around the Kong, and everyone sighed. Just as they were talking about how to find a way out, the door suddenly opened and 4 guards rushed in. They also tore down the torn curtain, but they used so much force to get in. As soon as they entered the door, they called to my father and said, "You must bring out some food today. Whatever it is, we want it. If you don't take it out, come with us to see the master." My father jumped off the Kong and said to them, "My family is very poor. Who doesn't know, what should I give out?" The guard said, "You went on a trip a few days ago. Didn't you come back with money? It's okay if you don't have food. If your family pays 5 yuan, we can buy food for you." My father said, "Rich? Look how hungry my family is." The guard said, "If your family has no food, no one will believe it. Do your whole family live with their bellies tied up? Whatever you ate for the last meal, you can just take out now. It must not be such a coincidence that you eat up all the stored grain at the last meal." My father simply had nothing to say, so he said, "We pretty much had 1 meal at a time." The guard said, "Well, even if you are telling the truth, you should make a quick meal in the afternoon. Well, you were planning what to eat in the afternoon, so you took out what you wanted to eat in the afternoon." My father arrived at this time. He had no choice but to speak kindly to him in a low voice, saying, "Everyone. We live on the street and meet people every day. Why do we have to push him so hard? We are looking for food and drink." The guards didn't wait for my father to finish speaking, and 4 or 5 people started searching the house. At this time, our family thought that the corn cobs were something that people didn't eat much, so we put them in an earthen jar and put them on the bed of the Kong. When the guard saw an empty bag he was about to bring, he also emptied it. My eldest brother jumped up and said, "You are so heartless. Our house only has that little food. If you pour it all away, what will we eat?" The guard glanced at my eldest brother and said to him, "I don't care how young you are, so I'll slap your head off." My father said, "You are too snobbish, the army is coming. You risk your lives to curry favor. We, the common people, are starving to death, yet you still bully us like this. You took the food, but we still have to say a few words to vent our anger." The guard said, "It doesn't count if I take your food, just wait." They robbed the food, cursed and went out. All of a sudden, My father was so angry that he got angry and cursed loudly in the room. What are you doing to benefit the people? This is really costing the lives of us people. Naturally, even the neighbors could hear him swearing like this. How could those guards not hear it when they were next door? This time, the root of disaster was sown. 3 days later, the guard led a dozen troops and came to my father and said, "Now there are 100 strong men in the city, and one from your family will be sent. Which one of you will go?" My father saw people with guns and knives following behind him, and thought to himself, this look was clearly brought by the guards, and it was useless to tell them. After seeing a man in the army who looked like an officer, he said to him, "My family are educated gentlemen and have no strength to join the army." The officer made a point. He said that they were a good army that asked for help from the people. Since they were educated people, they should come out to help. If you don't want to provide a young man, you can just bring us 200 yuan and pay the young man tax, and we can hire a young man on your behalf to make up the amount. My father said, 200 yuan, unless it's life-threatening. Not to mention the guards, they took out the rope and tied up my father. My mother and I were so frightened that we both started crying. My eldest brother jumped forward and said to them, "Since you are young men, why did you take my father with you? He is in his 40s, is he still a strong man?" When they saw my eldest brother like this, they said, "That's great, let's take you there." Immediately they tied up my eldest brother's arms with rope. When my father saw it, he also cried. My eldest brother said, "Dad, why are you crying?" This is my way of survival. Now there is not a grain of food at home. If I am left at home, one more person will starve to death. If I go to the military camp now, at least I won't starve. Father, you have raised me so big and I haven't done anything with you. That's worse than a pig or a dog. When I leave, you will just treat me as a running pig, so don't be reluctant to let go. It doesn't matter what he said, but I was a child at the time, and I cried so hard that my heart was cut by a knife. Of course, the rest of the people, not to mention, even those guards, were a little soft-hearted and couldn't take action. But the men with guns who came behind were right. He said, "Being a soldier is what a hero does. Why are you crying? Aren't we all their sons? Let's go, let's go." They shouted to leave and pulled my eldest brother away. I just heard my eldest brother say, "Dad, Mom, don't miss me, I'm leaving." In the end, I only heard this voice and never saw his person. To this day, when I see the 4 words, "for the benefit of the people," in the text, I think of that poor brother. However, this is still just a tragic opening. Chapter 03, Chi Di Ju's Life Force Cannibalism Between Humans and Animals. Looking for a way out of Hanshan and embarking on a journey at starry night. Since my eldest brother joined the army, the first thing that made my mother feel uncomfortable was that she was always crying. My father advised her, "Nowadays, there are many division and brigade commanders. Who hasn't been out since childhood? My son has been away from us for a few years now, and when he comes back in 2 years, you will be an old lady." My father persuaded my mother like this in his mouth, but in fact, when he was carrying my mother and family members behind his back, he felt particularly sad. That's not all. No matter how sad he was, his family of 4 had to find a way to eat twice a day. I only heard people shouting that a bushel of wheat would cost 1 yuan, 8 pounds would cost $1, and 5 pounds would cost $1. When it came time to buy only 5 pounds of wheat for $1. It's almost 9 days of cold weather. My father wore an old sheepskin bag and ran outside day and night, just looking for food. I once saw a movie about the drought in the Northwest. Many people starved to death, but there were still piles of rice for sale in the grain stores. I can't say that I mean it in a bad way, but when we, the victims, saw it, we really felt that this director was pitifully stupid. At the same time, he also despised the victims. He was so stupid that when he entered Tongguan, there were only piles of wheat flour bags. How could he sell whole piles of rice? The Northwest is about to experience a year of drought. Not to mention that the whole pile of food didn't appear. The food store would have been closed long ago. Think about it, the victims are going crazy with hunger. Does the owner of the food store have the courage to put out food to feed these victims? Are the victims so stupid that they starve while looking at food? And at that time, as long as there is half a bag of flour at home, the news was revealed this morning, and before noon, people in gray clothes came to take it away. If you don't let me take it, your life will be in danger. So at this time, even if you have money, you may not be able to buy food. If you don't have money, don't mention it. If he knew where there was food, he would not only want to rob it, but also want to steal it. So when it comes to buying 5 pounds of wheat for $1, that's just a saying. In fact, if there is a market but no market, we can't see where the wheat is. Under this situation, do you think it would be difficult to ask my father to go out to look for food without any money? But when my father went out to look for food every day, we all held great hope. We were so hungry that we were about to vomit out yellow water, but we still thought in our hearts, just hold on. As long as Dad comes back, there will be something to eat. My father also knew about this situation. He couldn't bear to come back empty-handed and let us down. As long as he could put it in his mouth and swallow it, he would always bring something back. Because of this, there are all kinds of weird things. Sometimes my father would bring back an unskinned dog leg, sometimes he would bring back several dead birds, and sometimes he would bring back grains hidden in his clothes. Sometimes, when he came home late at night and there was nothing left to take, he would come back with a handful of willow bark. Not to mention that willow bark is unpalatable, it's not easy to find either. In Gansu, it is often possible to go several miles without seeing a single tree. Willow trees are plants that like water, and there are even fewer of them there. Only when Zhuo Zongtang was marching to the west, he followed the main road from Tongguan to Yumen, a total of 3,000 miles. Plant 2 rows of trees, half willow and half poplar. These trees have been slowly cut down over 20 or 30 years, and you may not come across one even if you walk for hundreds of miles. Fortunately, there are still some old willow trees not far from Longda County. Whenever my father was at his wit's end, he would peel off the bark from trees. What does this bark smell like? Needless to say, if you are curious, you can peel off a piece of bark and taste it in your mouth, then you will know what it tastes like. The weather is getting colder and it is getting harder to find food. I heard someone say, $1 only buys 3 pounds of wheat. If there is foreign money to buy wheat these days, we can only stare in vain. Do you think, if we are so poor, can we spend the entire dollar to buy food every day? Because our family always eats 3 kilograms of wheat every day. At that time, the weather was unspeakably cold. My father braved the cold and went out every day, but it was no longer easy to find wild dogs and birds. In the past, we would unite a few hungry friends and kill a dog and everyone would share it fairly and eat it. Now, when a dog is killed, everyone grabs it and even fights. And dogs are no stupider than people. It knows that people are going to eat it, so it has already run away from the crowd, and if people are hungry, dogs are also hungry. It is hungry and wants to eat people. This is an excellent commemoration. It is the 30th day of the 12th lunar month, and it is time to celebrate the new year. Our family ate bark for 10 days. No one was sick, but for some unknown reason, they had no strength at all. The horse dung was burning in the Kang's hole, and the room was warm. The person just fell down and wanted to sleep, his chest felt like it was on fire, and he was a little out of breath and couldn't hold his breath. I panicked and just cried. My mother's face. He was so thin that he could only be described as yellow wax, with his hair hanging all over his face, lying on the Kong. Think about it, what kind of realm is that? My father took my second brother's hand, shook it twice, nodded and said, "Son, how many pounds of strength do you still have?" We ate tree bark for 10 days. My intestines are about to be scratched. Follow me and go out to look for food. If we find a hungry dog, it will be a good time for us to celebrate the new year. My second brother was a child, and he was so hungry that he wanted to eat. The father and son each took a stick and went out. They knew that they had not killed all the dogs. They were all hiding in the ravine, so the two people walked towards the deserted ravine. After walking for half a day, I found 2 piles of bird feathers. I don't know if they were leftovers eaten by dogs or wild animals. I looked outside and saw nothing. The mountains where we are not high. One road after another, just dirt beams, no trees, no stones. On a cold day, the soil beams were bare. The pale yellow soil was illuminated by the pale yellow sun. Normally people describe a disaster area like this as the red land is thousands of miles away. Although it can be said that the land is thousands of miles away, the deficit can only describe the bare land. The miserable color of the sky and the earth cannot be described. My father and second brother walked about 10 or 20 miles and saw nothing to eat anywhere. The two of them were listless and had no choice but to walk home. Unexpectedly, from a collapsed earth kiln on the side of the road, something jumped out with a cry. Before my father could see clearly, he had already been bitten on his calf. Fortunately, my second brother was there. Raise the stick and strike straight down. My father had been hungry and cold for a long time and could not bear this desperate bite. He fainted from the pain. He squatted on the ground and hugged his legs with his hands. My second brother's stick goes down. She also used all her strength to breastfeed, but she was panting. She held on to the stick and held her chest, unable to move. The thing that was beaten, hit in the head with a stick, was also lying on the ground. It was a hungry dog. When it was sleeping in the cave, it was probably dying. When it saw someone coming, it jumped out with all its strength and bit it with all its strength. I don't want a third party to give it a stick. It couldn't stand it and fell over. My father squatted on the ground, panting and looking at the dog. My second brother understood and hit the dog on the head a few more times before killing the dog. At this time, my father became embarrassed. What do you mean? I dragged the dog back during the day, fearing that someone would part with it. If I drag it back at night, I am afraid that the wolves on the mountain will come to snatch it. Therefore, the father and son dragged the dog along for a while and waited until it got dark before returning home. When our family got this dog, we immediately skinned it and cooked the meat. It was certainly a happy new year. But things in the world are so unequal. Our neighbor next door is also a poor family and has no manpower. They only have an old woman and 2 daughters-in-law. Her eldest son is dead, and her second son is serving in the army again. These 3 women were the only ones left. Although we are poor, we can still go out to find some bark and grass roots to eat. If her family is not good enough, she will have to go hungry. Therefore, the old woman who was not hungry fell down first. On this New Year's night, the old woman starved to death. We heard crying next door, and it was my father who inquired about it and found out about such a tragic incident. When their family was starving, the neighbors naturally couldn't help them every day. Now that the old woman is dead, their family has no money and no one. We couldn't just let the body stay at home, so my father gathered many neighbors, and that night, they took the body out, dug a hole under the mountain ridge, and buried it. This burial method is also special. Of course, there is no coffin, just incense, candles, and paper money. Normally, no matter how poor a bereaved family is, there is nothing to do. At this time, there was nothing to do. They just found some old wheat flour bags, wrapped the dead body, and put it in the pit. This seems to be something that has nothing to do with me, so I don't need to tell you. But on the 3rd day, the tragedy was discovered. It turned out that the starving man was not strong enough and the burial was not deep enough. 7 or 8 wild dogs found out about it and came from nowhere to completely dig up the buried soil. So they shared the food with the starving old woman. Some people saw it and didn't dare to chase it. Many people were invited to chase him to the pit, but the whole dead body was gone, just some fragments of flesh and blood mixed with dirt. Everyone felt sad after seeing it, so they quickly added soil and buried it again. The so-called feeling sad does not mean seeing a dog eating a human. Because many people have eaten dog meat, and now they watch dogs eating dead bodies, it is obviously indirect people eating dead bodies. My father came back and told us about it. We had a dog leg hidden under the eaves outside, and we couldn't bear to eat it. In fact, we were just sad for a while. From this day on, news of people starving to death was spread every day. It is not surprising that wild dogs eat dead people. Why is that? Because after 2 months, it progressed from not using a coffin to not burying the dead. There is a reason why the dead are not buried. For example, in a village, there used to be 4 or 5 cave dwellings and 4 or 5 households. 3 of them disappeared, leaving only 2. Those 2 families died of hunger first, and others died later. Buried, after that, those who died of starvation were left in the cave dwellings. Of course it is put on display waiting for the dogs to eat it. In the past, when we beat and ate dogs, the dogs were so thin that there was only a handful of bones left. Since the number of dead people increased and dogs were eaten by humans everywhere, their appearance changed. They grew fatter and bigger, with a long-haired tail curled up, and their 2 red eyes opened when they saw people. His white fangs were exposed, his nose was whirring, and he was almost ready to eat a living person. At this time, not only dogs eat people, but also wild beasts such as jackals and wild cats on the mountains eat people. Because the herbivorous beasts had nothing to eat and gradually became scarce, the carnivorous beasts had no choice but to eat humans. In this way, my father went out to look for food, which added another level of difficulty. He didn't dare to walk alone, not even at night. We still rely on inedible things like bark, corn cobs, etc. to sustain our lives. One day, a friend of my father's came and said, "Shuchi, are you still willing to die in Lund? Or are you planning to escape? Now, there is nothing to borrow, nothing to sell, and nothing to steal from others." According to my inquiries, 2 or 3 months ago, the common people still had some food buried underground. However, since the army from the city went to the countryside to clear the country twice, the people had lost all the food they had buried. It's not that the army directly extorts money from the people, but they have committee members sent by the county officials to follow them. If the people don't come up with food, the committee members would hang the common people in high places and either whip them with whips or smoke them with cigarette butts. Even if the common people are made of iron, they cannot be tempered, so they have to take out the food. As for the military, they still comply with the slogan of not disturbing the people. But, in my opinion, we really are not allowed to live any longer. We just need to live on. One day, when incense comes to smoke us, what will we give to others? In my opinion, it's not too cold now, let's go east. I have decided to leave tomorrow. No matter where you go, you are willing to starve to death. It is better than staying here. My father was moved by what he said, and decided to leave. Of course, we couldn't talk about the cost, but we walked 1,000 miles eastward. There may not be food available for begging everywhere. In order to prepare for food shortages, in addition to bringing dry food, you should always bring some money. But that was the problem. Not to mention money, it was not easy to carry food for more than 2 days. So my father had the heart to leave, but he didn't have the strength to do so. I had no choice but to hang out for another 6 or 7 days. One day, my father ran back and said to my mother, "Let's go and eat bark and grass roots here. There will be no bark and grass roots before we get to the road. We are starving here and we are too lazy. If we still starve to death after escaping, then the natural disaster has nothing to do with ourselves. Let's leave as soon as we say, and we'll leave early tomorrow morning." My mother said, "I am willing to run away for my life. It's just that we are leaving. The older child will come home in the future. but there is no place for us to go. My father was also miserable when he heard about it, and said, "As things stand now, there is nothing we can do." I heard that his team is stationed in Pingliang. We are about to pass by Pingliang, and we don't know if we can find him. We can agree to escape this time. They might be dispersed somewhere, and one day they would have to return to Gansu, and they would all have to live in that poor home in Longda County. As long as everyone remembers this sentence and is patient, we will be reunited one day. Otherwise, if the two of us die, the two children will not be saved. My mother thought so, so she packed up the rags and made 2 bags. There was nothing valuable at home, so he had to sell 2 wooden doors, a few loads of horse manure, a broken table and 2 chairs to the captain of the guard in the county government office. We exchanged 3 or 4 kilograms of flour ground from various grains and carried it in our pockets. This was the Sichuan capital we were going to travel 1,000 miles away from. Early the next morning, we said goodbye to our neighbors. Looking at the houses 2 doors down, we couldn't help but shed a few tears. It wasn't that we couldn't bear to part with the few less houses. Because this time I left and everything inside was completely wiped out, it would be impossible to think of spending the winter together as a family around the Kong again. My mother was especially pitiful. She didn't even look outside the house, but walked inside and looked around for a few minutes before using a branch as a walking stick. Sighing and heading on the road. My father picked up a load that weighed less than 60 kilograms, which was all the family had. My second brother carried a bag, and I also picked up a stick. The 4 of us left the east gate and headed east. The neighbors all had yellow and thin faces and drowsy eyes, standing at the door watching us go. We are glad that we are escaping from the city of wasted death, but we are also worried. There are disaster areas all the way. How can we fly there? He will definitely starve to death on the road. So some of our good neighbors followed us out of the east gate. As for me, when I am still young, it is always a joy to live in a new place with my parents accompanying me. We left Longda City, and the sun in front of us, with a chicken yellow color, rose from Tuliangzi. We stayed in the mud house all day and night, starving. People are lifeless. Today, when I walked into the wilderness and saw the sun emerging from under the sky, my heart seemed to be much brighter. In fact, that was my feeling as a child with a bad temper and no idea of the world. My father opened his eyes and saw a piece of loess on the vast plateau. He was worried about whether there was a way to move forward. My father's feeling is not wrong. We stayed at the bottom of Lupan Mountain that day, because people were too tired to go up the mountain, and bandits kept appearing on this mountain. We didn't have anything that the bandits could steal. I heard that the bandits were also hungry and needed grains. Besides, we were 2 small children, and my father was afraid that we would be scared, so he rested at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of this mountain is the Shangshigansu important road, and there were originally several inns. But how can we get in? We had no choice but to find a place sheltered from the wind at the corner of the wall under the eaves of someone else's house. We sat there, huddled against each other. On Lupan Mountain, it still snows in April according to the lunar calendar. Everyone who goes to the northwest knows this. Although we live at the foot of the mountain. But in the open air, in the dark sky, the northwest wind blew, and the stars were so small that they seemed to have freeze-dried. We just fell into a daze and woke up again. Even when we were awake, our whole bodies were shaking. My mother said to my father because I was cold and sick, "If we stay here overnight, I'm afraid the children will get sick from the cold." Now that there is a ray of moon in the sky, it is a bit of a hazy light. It is better to go up the mountain in the dark. Although there are bandits on the mountain, no one will climb the mountain in such a cold middle of the night. The bandits will never wait there. My father couldn't stand the cold either. He hugged the sheepskin bag on his body tightly with both hands and ran around under the eaves of other people's houses, his feet clanking on the ground. As for me, I huddled in a corner with my legs curled up, touching the chin. His hands hugged his thighs tightly again, unable to shrink any further. But on my spine, it felt like cold water was constantly being poured there, and the wind blew onto my face, as if a thin, fast blade was blowing there. The clear water in the nose comes from nowhere, and it just drips downward. The two pieces of lip skin collided with each other. I don't know why, but it just beeps and hums. My father looked up at the moon in the sky. On the black shadow of Lupin Mountain, a white hook appeared, and said, "Okay, let's try walking." So we, a family of 4, went up the mountain in the dark night. Why is this mountain called Lupin Mountain? Just because of the road on this mountain, you have to walk up and down 6 times before you can walk through it. It's not that easy to walk, so you can imagine. My mother and I have never made a long-distance trip in our lives, and now we have to climb mountains in the dark. Needless to say, this is painful. My second brother carried the burden and explored the way ahead. My father carried the burden and followed closely. My mother and I carried sticks up the hillside, limping one step at a time. The road was originally steep, and it was difficult to see under the dim moonlight, so sometimes I crawled on the ground with both hands. But crawling and walking was not enough. My feet were on the floating soil and my legs were stretched back. As I crawled forward, I slipped down the hillside instead. I fell. The mother also fell, and the two of them took turns falling. At first, my father could not help but put down his burden and help us up. Later, he could not help us much, so we had to let us fall. At this time, we were not cold anymore, but we were dizzy. Still panting out of breath, I just walked up the mountain. We finally reached the top of the mountain, and we should have taken a rest, but the wind there made a whining sound, as if someone was pushing us there. We bent down and closed our eyes, and there was no room for anyone to stand. So the 4 of us walked slowly down the mountain. Who knew that going down the mountain in the dark night would be many times more difficult than going up the mountain? He put his feet down, and before he could stand still, he would fall forward. After walking a few steps, my mother and I were sitting on the ground, stretching out our feet to explore underneath. Then he supported the ground with both hands and moved downward while sitting. In this way, we walked step by step and sat down step by step. When we reached the foot of the mountain, it was already dawn. But although it was daybreak, we were all exhausted. I had 2 bruises on my face and several bruises on my legs and arms. My mother was speechless. Her face and hands were covered with scars, and her body was scarred as you can imagine. My mother sat on the ground, shook her head and said, "If I die today, I would rather die at the foot of Lupan Mountain. If I are asked to leave again, I really can't walk anymore." She said this. The sound is not loud enough. Her affected look is still imprinted in my mind. She was lying on a slope, her head hanging on her shoulders, her eyes closed, and she could only breathe slightly. At that time, I was afraid that she was going to die, and I was so scared that I cried. My father is so kind. He took off the sheepskin bag he was wearing and covered it with my mother. He only wrapped himself in a wool felt. The sun came up and I saw that there were people living in this ravine. So I carried the burden, my second brother carried the load, and my father carried my mother. Go to someone's home. We thought that finding someone would be a savior, but when we got there, we were completely disappointed. It turns out that the doors and windows of the houses here were all torn down. Inside the house, it was even more empty, with no one anywhere. Father nodded and said, "This was caused by bandits on the mountain." We walked to the bandits' den. At this time, my mother snorted, and my father paused and said, "Don't worry about it, let's go again." While walking, I saw a temple with a good wall and gate. Fortunately, we are all people who escaped death. He couldn't take the interests into account at all times, so he risked his life and ran in. When we arrived at the temple, everything was in perfect condition, even the earthen bed in the side room was intact. My father said, "This is the road that is boundless. Let's stay here temporarily." At that time, he put my mother on the Kong. He first found some dried grass, wood chips, cow and horse dung outside, pushed them into the holes of the Kong and burned them to warm the Kong, and then he started looking for things to save his life. Later we looked at the writing on the wall. I know that this village has been occupied by bandits for many times. Only this temple, the bandits are afraid of the Buddha and dare not invade, so it still retains its original appearance. There is a ravine outside the temple gate. Although there is no water, the ice is very thick. My father went into the ditch. First I brought 2 pieces of ice into the door, found 2 broken earthen jars in the temple, and boiled ice water for my mother to drink. I brought a stick with me and searched the houses one by one, and finally came back with a small bag of food. My father happily jumped into the house and said to my mother, I said, "People always have to work hard to find a way out. Look, I found a lot of food. If we am always waiting in Lund, where can I find such food?" Said. He took the bottom of his bag and poured it out, and a lot of things came out. There were pot helmets, black buns, soba noodles, and corn. Although we brought dust and piled it on the Kong, my second brother and I felt like we had found a treasure and we had already extended our hands. Each took a piece of dry black steamed bun and chewed it in his mouth. The father stretched out his hand and snatched it away. We all cried because we thought our father would not give us anything to eat. The father said, "It's not that I don't give you food. I'm afraid that if you haven't eaten flour for a long time, you will get sick if you eat it too fast. Another one will fall ill." How do we go? After my father said this, we didn't dare to quarrel. My father was really attentive. He found 3 black buns the size of teacups, put them on a water jar with 3 wooden sticks, and wanted to steam them for us to eat. I didn't want to be among them. One fell into hot water and could not be salvaged. It melted in the water. At this time, you can know how much we value this piece of black bun. My father cut the piece of black bun into strips with the knife he brought with him, divided it into 3 parts, and divided them into 3 parts for our wives. There was that black bun in the hot water, and along with it, this earthen jar of water. It became a treasure. My father used the bowl he brought and divided it into 4 portions. In addition to 1 bowl for each of us, he also tasted 1 bowl for himself. We worked hard all night, and after receiving this little comfort, we gathered around the heated Kong and fell asleep. I don't know about the others. If I talk about myself, my desire to eat gokue black bun is 10 times more important than my desire to sleep. So when my father fell asleep, I got up secretly and took off the bag hanging on the wall. He held a piece of pot helmet in one hand and a piece of black bun in the other. Although the thing was as hard as a rock and as black as a clod of soil, I was in a hurry and didn't care much about it, so I just put it in my mouth and ate it. The thing was covered with extremely thick dust and had been left in that deserted room for who knows how long. When eaten, it certainly looked like wood slag. But after chewing it in the mouth for a while, the wood residue was helped by the body fluid and felt very tasty. So I still wanted to eat after eating, so I ate 2 pieces of gokue and 2 pieces of black buns. Or I warned myself, I can't eat more, there is too much food. The father must know. So I climbed onto the Kong again and lay down quietly. Little did I know that my father first stopped me from eating black buns, which was very reasonable. He was afraid that my hungry stomach would be unbearable. After I woke up, I felt a stomachache and a swollen heart. Dizziness, dazzling eyes, and a bitter taste in the mouth. I knew I was sick from eating, and I regretted it very much, and even without realizing it, I started to hum. My father stretched his legs and sat against the wall. Perhaps he was also afraid that he would sleep too peacefully and not be able to take care of us. At this time, I hummed slightly and woke him up. Seeing my color, he was busy asking me what was wrong. I feel so ashamed that I can't say anything. My father frowned when he saw me lying on the Kong, his eyes were red, and he kept humming in his nose, knowing that something was wrong. He stretched out his hand and touched my forehead, and exclaimed, "This is terrible, it looks like I am going to be seriously ill." Although I knew my father was anxious and should be patient with his illness, my whole body was burning like a brazier and I couldn't help but groan. At this point, I had to tell the truth. I had no choice but to tell my father that the illness was not a big deal, it was just me secretly eating a little more solid food. When my father heard about it, he asked me how much I had eaten. I told the truth even if I dared to hide anything. Instead of blaming me, my father cried to me. He said, "I have been hungry for too long. This is forgivable." After I said these few words to my father, I became confused. In a place like this, 2 people fell ill, and my father's pain was naturally self-evident. After all, my mother was tired and rested on the heated Kong for 2 nights. The disease will be cured. It's just that I hurt my stomach from eating something and was sick for a week before I regained my composure. Naturally, all the dry food found in that shabby house was eaten up. People in the Northwest maintain their status, which is a shortcoming of theirs, but they are struggling in pain. He is unwilling to change his direction easily and declares despair. This is his strength. And I can boldly say, no matter which province people live in, no one can struggle like the people in the Northwest. My father has been struggling in Lund for more than half a year, and he has been tempered into a handful of bones. Now that he has reached the foot of the Lupan mountain, he will never lose heart and still struggles. Being unfilial, I added to his pain, which I still regret today. On the second day after I recovered from my illness, I was so depressed that I ran out of the temple gate alone. I also wanted to find something to eat in the empty house. I walked into a house in a daze, and saw that the doors and windows were all collapsed, and some light came from the holes in the wall. The house is surrounded by dirt, there is nothing there. So I walked into the second house from where the fallen wall was. There was no door to this second house. The windows were sealed with luss, and it was dark inside, with the cold wind blowing on people's faces. In the corner of the wall, there seemed to be a dark figure squatting huddled in the corner. When I saw him, every pore on my body became tense and my scalp became numb. I am a little girl, how can I bear this kind of horror? Turn around and run outside. I turned in the wrong direction for a moment, not running towards the temple, but running further and further away. Look at the houses on both sides, with broken walls and nothing. The sun is overcast again and a cold wind is blowing on the road. With a whining cry, dry luss was blown up and thrown at people. It felt like I had run into the city of feudal death. It seemed like there were many ghosts waiting for me in those half-collapsed walls and half-tilt houses. I looked around, but there wasn't even a shadow of a bird. I screamed strangely and fell to the ground. Chapter 04. The other son went to the deserted city where his parents were waiting to die. He sold himself to an old official and left home for 5 years. At that time, I didn't know anything. Fortunately, my loud shout was able to call my father out of the old temple. When he saw me lying on the ground, he immediately carried me into the temple and slowly woke me up with hot water. When I opened my eyes, my mother was crying until her tears were like throwing sand. That night, my father discussed with my mother that this place was no longer habitable. Determined to reluctantly hit the road. It's just that I had a scare that gave me a day off. On the third day, I was still very tired, but I saw that my parents were very anxious, so I endured it and followed the other place. On this day, even my mother was a little unable to walk. So we only walked more than 30 miles and found a cave dwelling on the side of the road and stayed there. This cave dwelling was not left by people escaping from the drought. It collapsed in half, and the inner layer of the Kong was covered with soil. It's probably been a long time since anyone lived here. Fortunately, the cave entrance is on the wall of a ditch, so it is well sheltered from the wind. Although there was nothing blocking the entrance of the cave, we were not too worried and just lay down casually in the wide area at the entrance of the cave. We spread a shabby mattress on the ground and a large woolen felt, which served as a quilt. The load I carried blocked the cave door and provided some protection from the wind. My mother and I were both physically tired, so naturally we fell down and fell asleep. My father and second brother slept on the other side. I don't know when they fell asleep. When I woke up and it was almost dawn, suddenly a sound came to my ears. When I opened my eyes and looked, there was a short black shadow on the entrance of the cave. The shadow stretched out a sharp mouth straight up to the person. I thought to myself, this must be a wolf. As soon as I had this thought in my mind, I immediately shouted, "Wolf! Wolf! Wolf!" I wanted to say wolf in my heart, but my tongue was already curled up and I couldn't straighten it out. Is it true that what I shouted was a wolf? I don't know either. But my voice was very strange, and it woke my father up from his dream. He jumped up and saw a dark shadow at the entrance of the cave in the dim night. In a hurry, he couldn't find anything to hunt the wolf, so he took the bundle of pillows. He raised it high and hit the black shadow directly. Then I heard a strange cry, and the thing ran away. It did run away, but I was already a person who had had enough of being frightened, and with this kind of fright, I almost went crazy. So it's time to sleep again. But I woke up crying and yelling again, which made my father and mother afraid to sleep, and looked eagerly at the dawn. When I got enough sleep, I woke up and asked, "Can I go on the road?" Even though I was young, I felt that this cave dwelling was by no means a safe place, so I reluctantly endured the pain. I said to my father, "It's not a big deal to scare a wolf. I'm not a 3-year-old or 2-year-old child. How can I go crazy because of this scare?" My parents thought this was reasonable, so they took me on the road. I don't want to be a big person like me. He really looks like a 3-year-old or 2-year-old child. Since then, I have had a slight fever on my head. That day we rushed as hard as we could to get to Huliang to find something to eat. We didn't arrive outside Shiguan of Pingliang City until it got dark. The city in the northwest. As usual, there is a pass outside the city. There are people outside the city, but most of them don't. We touched Pingliang City, but there was still no place to stand. There was a plain, and the northwest wind blew behind me, and I felt a little unable to stand. At first we wanted to hide in the gate of the city gate, but later we realized that this was a foolish idea. Because the west gate of the city naturally opens to the west, and the northwest wind happens to flow into that door, how can one hide there? We stood in the plain and made up our minds. The wind roared over our heads, calling us past. I followed my father's advice and said that I could walk around the foot of the city wall and walk to Dongguan. He had been to Pingliang twice and remembered that there were 2 temples outside Dongguan where he could rest. When my mother asked how far it was, he said, "Pingliang City is just a long city, running through the city for 9 miles from west to east." My mother gasped and said, "I can drag her for more than 10 miles, but I'm afraid the girl will fall." My father thought about it and remembered the half-mile ahead. There is a wooden bridge with a ditch underneath it. Why not just squat in it and spend the night? So they led us and groped our way to the bottom of the bridge, where we all squatted together. Unexpectedly, under this bridge hole, there is actually a place of darkness, although the wind will not blow towards me. But the cold air climbed up from his heels and went straight to his spine. This night was not like being at the foot of Lupan Mountain, I was just shaking alone. Now my family of 4 is all trembling. My father said, if I stay up until dawn tomorrow after such a long night, I'm afraid people have become icemen. Moreover, Yenner's health is not good, so where can she get cold again? When my father said this, I was still vaguely understanding. When I woke up, there was a red fire burning in front of me. The earthen pot I brought was placed on the fire, and steam was spraying out randomly. Not to mention taking a sip of hot water, just looking at the steam made me feel very comfortable. It turned out that my father was touching me in secret and I was freezing to death. He was so anxious. He also thought that not far away, there were 2 rows of trees on the roadside. Now he didn't care whether they belonged to the government or private households. So I took my second brother to the tree. Because we had knives with us, we cut off dozens of branches regardless of the situation, dragged them to the foot of the bridge, and lit them on fire. Not far from here, there was a river. My father dragged a lot of ice cubes and packed them in earthen jars. Roast it by the fire and boil the water. My father had some common sense of hygiene. He rubbed my limbs first to let my blood flow. When I woke up, he asked me to look at the fire from a distance. My mother and second brother wanted to throw their whole bodies into the fire. Needless to say, there is a love for fire. After burning a fire all night and having hot water to drink, I finally saved the lives of my family of 4. But this is an advantage, but it is also a disadvantage. When it was dark, a dozen soldiers came, as if they wanted to open fire with us. He picked up the gun, pointed the muzzle at us, and rushed forward. Seeing that there were just 4 of us under the bridge, a few people laughed. But they didn't relax either. More than a dozen people stood in a circle, surrounding us. One of them was carrying a pistol. He ran to my father fiercely and asked, "Do you still have anyone?" My father said, "We are refugees. These are the 4 members of our family." "Where are their people?" The man asked, "What did you set the fire for last night?" My father said, "Where do we dare to set fire? Please look at it." We burned the pile of branches there. It was too cold for us to hide under the bridge. The girl was sick again, so we lit a fire to warm herself up. The man said, "What time is it now? Is it okay for you to light a fire outside the city? Don't you know that the commander-in-chief lives in Pingliang?" My father said, "How can we, a refugee, know this?" The man said, "Escape. Pingliang City is not a place for disaster relief. You people run here every day, and we are not enough to take care of you. You have caused a big mess. Come with me." We saw a whole group of soldiers surrounding us. They were so stunned that no one could say a word. When we heard that the soldiers were taking our father away, we were all anxious and suddenly started crying. The officer looked at me and shouted, "Don't cry, you guys are following me all the way. If something happens, you guys are also involved." Although we knew that this matter would be a lot of trouble, fortunately we walked all the way with our father, so we felt more relieved. We were escorted by soldiers, and we were naturally very scared at the time, but thinking about it afterward stand up. It's not impressive. It turned out that these dozen troops marched in 2 groups, carrying guns and swords. One group led the way in front of us, and the other group escorted us behind. My family of 4 walked among them, and we were all scared. He stumbled and fell into Pingliang City. After entering the city, only then did we learn that the officer said, "Refugees come every day," and this is true. Just look under the eaves of that house, a group on the left, a group on the right, yellow-faced and skinny people, squatting, sitting, everywhere. We were rushed into a temple in a daze. This temple has been converted into a barracks for the army. They drove my family to live in a fence with a statue of a groom. After a while, another officer passed by the fence. When he saw it, he asked loudly, "Who imprisoned these poor refugees here?" There was a guard with a gun next to him, so he replied, "This is what was set on fire outside Shiguan last night." The officer immediately looked into the fence and said, "Hey, why did you set the fire?" This was probably my second brother's doom. He was not afraid of trouble at all and said to the officer, "Master, you see, we are almost dead." Like someone who started a fire? We couldn't enter the city last night, so we hid under a bridge. Because we couldn't bear the cold, we burned a few dry trees to keep ourselves warm. The officer sighed and said, "This kid is very brave. He dares to talk to me. How old are you?" My second brother said, 15 years old. The officer nodded and said, "It's not bad for your 15-year-old to be so bold. Good. After a while, I will let you down." He was talking and walked in. Later, when we inquired, we found out that the person who spoke was the brigade commander. About half an hour later, the brigade commander sent someone to pass on my second brother. Asked a lot of questions. Then my father was passed on. According to him, we burned fires outside the city all night and disturbed the morale of the army. Originally, we could not be forgiven, but we thought that we were the victims of the disaster. Don't want to embarrass us. Ask my father to keep my second brother here. Be his orderly. Please think about it. My father originally wanted to find his eldest son in Pingliang, but now he wants to lose his second son. How can he be willing? So after a while, I saw several soldiers dragging my father out. My mother got this letter. She cried and rushed inside. When the guard pulled her, she lay on the ground. But can we be allowed to run wild like this in this barracks? There were already more than a dozen people dragging and pushing us out of the temple gate. Finally, he was very friendly and never hit us. She cried and rushed inside. When the guard pulled her, she lay on the ground. But can we be allowed to run wild like this in this barracks? There were already more than a dozen people dragging and pushing us out of the temple gate. Finally, he was very friendly and never hit us. My father was a sensible man after all. He kept telling my mother not to cry. It is said that we have a son, but he is in the palm of his hand. How can we turn against him? My mother thought about it and asked my father to go to the temple to meet my second brother for the second time. We waited in the street. My father went in for an hour and came out with red eyes. He said to my mother, "The child is very good here. At least he has a place to eat." The brigade commander was very nice and gave me 3 yuan to pay for the plate. But we need to leave immediately. He will send brothers to escort us out of the city. My mother only said, "They are too tolerant." Within a few words, for brothers had already arrived, they all had guns in their hands, and there were sharp bayonets on the guns. We originally ran for our lives, but saw the knife on our heads. Is there anyone who is not afraid? There was no other way, so we had no choice but to let the 4 brothers escort us out of Dongguan. My father picked up the burden, I carried the baggage, and we continued to move forward like this. But along the way, we suddenly lost another person. He kept looking back and forth, as if my second brother had lost his companion. My mother walked 10 or 8 miles and sat on the ground, looking back. As soon as my father and I mentioned my second brother, she immediately started crying. When crying, she called her eldest brother and second brother's names at the same time, and I cried when I heard her. My mother and son cried, and my father also had to cry. So we walked to Changwu County, Shaanxi Province, and all 3 of us had red and swollen eyes. Fortunately, there are 2 rivers on this section of the road. From here to the Qianzhou area, there is a certain harvest. Although it is desolate, if you have money, you can still buy some coarse grains to eat. My father had the $3 with him, so he had to deal with 1.5 pounds of grain along the way. The 3 of them held their breath and slowly moved forward. But when I arrived in Qianzhou, someone said to us, "We can't go ahead." Qianzhou and Liling are the counties most affected by drought, and bandits are making trouble there. If we don't starve to death, we might let the bandits kill us. But my father thought, if we don't move forward, we won't be able to find a place to eat in Qianzhou. We have walked almost half of the way to Dongguan. Even if there is a section of the disaster area, life and death will only be determined by this hurdle. We will have to overcome it. So my father used the remaining 1 yuan to buy grains and hid them among the 3 of us, and continued walking eastward. I still remember. I have more than a pound of dried dates hidden in me. This thing was found by the Qianzhou River. Normally, $1 could buy more than 10 kilograms. Now, 1 kilogram is worth half a dollar. So every dried date is almost eaten as a pound of noodles. When eating, bite it with your 4 front teeth. Bite off a strand and leave it in your mouth to chew. I have said before that people from the Northwest are the most capable of struggling. My father led us out of Qianzhou and reduced our diet to only 1 meal a day, but we had to walk dozens of miles every day. Walking like that was indescribable, it was just trying to survive. Further east from Qianzhou are the 4 counties of Yongshou, Qianzhou, Lichuan, and Xianyang, which are also places where the disaster is extremely serious. When walking, we all think in our hearts, we are walking very well now, but if we go to the front again, we don't know whether it will be good or bad. But even though I was scared in my heart, he never took a step slowly. I met bandits 3 or 4 times on the road, but I still can't figure out whether they were bandits or not. Because their leader is also called the division commander or commander, their brothers also wear gray uniforms. Fortunately, there are 3 of us in my party. It seems that he is not far away from death, but he only has a little popularity. He feels that there is not much point in trying to embarrass us. So when we meet such people on the road, we don't move forward or backward, we just moved to the side of the road. It turns out that when we first met this kind of person, we were all stunned. Because they looked at us and passed by without embarrassment to us. After the second and third time, I stopped panicking and pretended to be in a daze, using this old trick to get through. I feel very calm in my heart. Later, when we arrived in Xi'an, we realized that we were really confused. According to people like them are crazy about hunger and crazy about poverty. When they meet rich people, they will not let them go. When they meet people without money, they think it is a bad luck and they want to kill the poor people to take a breath. We are lucky that we have not encountered anyone who kills poor people out of anger. When it comes to the word Xi'an, it doesn't matter now. At that time, I always heard my father say, "It will be good when we get to Xi'an. We can arrive in Xi'an in a few days." Say this in your mouth every day. It seems that Xi'an is a paradise. Later, I waited until my father said, "We can go to Xi'an tomorrow." This paradise is already here. I am extremely happy, and the road is going extremely fast. It was within Xianyang County, but it was also a disaster area. We walked all day without seeing anyone. Later, when we were approaching Xianyang City, we met two people. But these two people were not alive. They fell to the ground. They had been dead for who knows how many days. The stench was overwhelming. Some were missing a leg, and some were missing 2 arms. No need to guess, they must have been dragged and eaten by dogs. Therefore, our belief that Xi'an is paradise is a little wavering. It's dozens of miles from Xi'an. Why are there still dead bodies on the road that no one has picked up? The next day, when the sun was setting in the west, we arrived at the gate of heaven. On the outside it looks like. This is indeed paradise. I have traveled thousands of miles and have never seen such a big city wall. The arrow tower on the city rises 4 or 5 stories high, almost rising into the clouds. The road outside the city is 3 to 4 feet wide, which is smoother than the ground inside my house. This is beyond my dreams. When they arrived at the gate of the city, they saw an officer and 8 brothers standing guard on both sides of the road. Their gray uniforms were not stained with any ink, their leggings were tied high, and their belts were tied tightly. Each of them held a hand gun, full of energy. Open your eyes and look at people. Looking at this, needless to say, they have always been well fed, so it can be concluded. By analogy, there is no one in Xi'an who does not have enough to eat. What my parents meant, I didn't know at the time. Speaking for me personally, I was really excited, thinking that after entering this city gate, I would arrive in the kingdom of Sudi. I couldn't have any other hope, at least I would have something to eat. We were so happy that we forgot all the hardships we had experienced along the way and thought we had just stepped into the city. It's another world. This city is directly connected to a street. Although I have never seen the bustling city, I can guess what it is like from the words and pictures in the books. What do you think of what you see now? Storefronts on both sides of the street. 9 out of 10 houses had their doors tightly closed. Under the eaves of each house, many victims squatted in groups of 3 and 4. The yellow and black color on their faces was even worse than ours. Several times, We immediately began to wonder, could it be that in Xi'an City? Are there many helpless victims in such a paradise-like place? We were confused in our hearts and continued to move forward. Two things happened to us one after another, which made us feel dizzy. The first is that I saw two people lying down under the eaves of a house. The two men were so thin that there were only a handful of bones left. When they were lying on the ground, they looked like skeleton specimens in an instrument museum, covered with a layer of wax paper. The eyes of Chinese people used to be black, however, the eyes of these two people were gray. There was foam like soapy water coming out of his mouth, and his body was curled up and motionless. I can tell you this, so that you can gain insights. People who starve to death are this phenomenon. We have seen many such dead people in the past year, and we look up. Just know that this is starvation. On the streets of Xi'an, people who starved to death fell to the ground. This was something we could not have imagined. But the people in Chang'an City took this matter lightly. There are people coming and going on the street, albeit constantly. But there were clearly two dead bodies here, and no one came to take a look at them. I thought, maybe it's not that unusual that people are starving to death in this place. Not to mention, when we walked towards the center of the city, we saw crowds of people everywhere. It was crowded. Do you think this is a good sign? Unexpectedly, these people surrounded passers-by, looking for food and drink. Rather than begging for food, they were more of a robber. Because they only need to see someone with clean clothes and a somewhat fleshy face passing by. They would surround him and even pull off his clothes, insisting that he come up with money. If there is a way when we get to Xi'an, why don't these people find some way? When we asked ourselves this question, our whole body became half weak. My father originally spent all his life to get to Xi'an. After entering the city, the situation was like this, which completely dampened the excitement. I could no longer carry the burden and could no longer walk. He squatted down in the corner of the house. He clasped his hands on his chest, looked at my mother and said, "Mom, I don't think there is room for him in Xi'an. Let's go with him, shall we?" My mother had no strength, so she put the bundle she was carrying on the earthen counter, and she leaned on it. His head was tilted on his shoulders, unable to make a sound. My father stretched out his legs, sat down on the ground, snorted to my mother, shook his head and said, "I'm exhausted, I can't do it anymore." At that time, I thought about the people I had just seen starving to death, but my father was also like this, and I felt very scared. My mother panicked when she saw my father's sudden loss of energy, and immediately sat next to him and cried. Fortunately, there are many people who can't cry under the roofs of other houses on this street. Even though my mother was sobbing and crying, no one paid attention to her. My father was silent for a long time, then looked at my mother, shook his hand and whispered, "Don't panic, it's nothing important. I'm just tired from walking. I'll be fine if I rest my legs. Yenner, you go find some saliva. Come and drink with me." I boldly agreed at that time and put it in my broken net basket. He took out an earthenware bowl and asked for hot water from people on the street. I don't want the door to be closed, no matter how hard you beat it, he won't open the door. The person who opened the door saw a yellow-haired girl bringing a bowl. She must be begging for food. She drank it early and said, "No, no. The past is past. The streets are full of victims, and we can't give much." I knew they had misunderstood, so I said, "I only asked for hot water for the patient to drink, but not for food." However, after walking a few houses, even if he asked for hot water, there was no hot water. I thought, my father is so thirsty that he can't even afford cold water. After finally finding an older man and explaining the reason, he begged for a bowl of well water for my father to drink. I said, "It's even more difficult to find a bowl of water in this big provincial city, and no one will give it to you." My father understood. He said, "It's not that people here don't even give out water. I think the local people are afraid of being entangled by disaster victims, and they are always afraid that they will not be able to get rid of them. Looks like this, I don't think we can stay here, so we'd better go east." My mother said feebly, "The dry food was gone yesterday, and the money was gone. My 2 legs. Not only could I not walk, but I could not lift it up. As for you, I'm afraid you can't even stand up, right? As for Yenner, she has been ill twice and will never get sick again. No matter how sick she is, we can no longer take care of her." When my father heard this, he said, "What, have I reached this stage?" He said in his mouth. He supported the wall with both hands and was about to stand up. Unexpectedly, his legs suddenly refused to listen to him and only stretched half straight. He was about to fall forward. Fortunately, my mother and daughter were present and helped him quickly. When he saw my mother and daughter, he suddenly burst into tears. He shook his head slightly and said, "I can't do it anymore. I really can't do it anymore. What should I do?" He was already out of breath as he spoke. I saw that this situation was very bad, so I shed tears. When my mother saw it, she shook her hand with me several times, and I understood and was very patient. Don't let the tears fall. However, I know very well that this tragedy in my family is not only unstoppable, but will continue to unfold from here. At first I was also surprised. Why did my father suddenly become seriously ill? Later I understood that it was him who came to the city and saw this phenomenon, but he still couldn't help it. There was no hope at all, the stimulation was too deep. We originally lived everywhere as a family. Since my father slept under this roof, we treated this roof as a family. We spread the tattered woolen felt on the ground for my father to sleep on. My mother was also sitting at the foot of the steps. He lay down with his back against the dirt counter. Maybe it was my fate, but this time I didn't feel any tired at all. I just stood aside in a daze. I touched my body and found that there was only 1 half-dried date left. I was always hungry, but I didn't dare to eat, so I prepared to go to my father for help. But I always think in my heart, there are all kinds of shops in this city, and it's not like you can't buy things with money. If someone has enough to eat, he can go beg for some food with the person who has enough to eat. How can people starve to death? Coming? I'm puzzled by this. After my mother closed her eyes and fell asleep, I quietly left them to see the real situation in the market. I couldn't walk 100 steps before I saw something tragic. He was also a thin man with only a handful of bones left, sitting against the corner with his eyes half open. His body didn't move, he just panted. Needless to say, this was a man who was almost dying of hunger. I thought to myself, soon, this situation will happen to my father. What should I do? I was staring blankly at that man when a man in long clothes came over and looked at him. Sighing, as if he had an idea, he suddenly ran away. From the looks of it, he must be coming to rescue this hungry man. I just stood there motionless to see what happened, and sure enough, after a while, he held a piece of black bun in his hand. He ran straight towards the hungry man. But he was not allowed to come forward. A police officer came over, blocked his way, and waved his hand twice, which meant that he would not be allowed to save him. The man said, "I don't break the law when I do good deeds. Why don't you let me save him?" The police officer said, "This man has reached 9 points, and no matter what he eats, nothing can save his life. Your husband gave him something to eat, but he kept talking for a long time. Wouldn't that make him more miserable? It's better to let him get into trouble early. You have to know that hungry people are the hardest to die." The man said, "Is this true?" The police officer said, "Your charity is your money, why should I save it for you?" The man looked at the dying man, sighed and said, "I'm too late, I can't save you." I saw that the black bun he held in his hand weighed 4 ounces. I almost saw the blood in my eyes. Seeing that I was dazed, he also looked at me. I boldly said, "Sir, you are such a good man. Now there is a man who is hungry and sick. If you are willing to save him, it is not too late. Can you come with me to have a look?" When he heard about it, he looked at me. Feeling a little suspicious, I said, "Everyone has the desire to hide. If it is true or false, you and I can go and see. If there is no one who is about to die, just go away. As a girl, I can't take you away." "Hold on," he said, "hey. You kid is very good at talking. Have you ever studied?" I said, "I have read it. Because of the drought, I stopped reading it a long time ago." He was so moved by my words that he came to see my parents. When he saw that my parents were so thin, he gave us the black bun. My mother divided the piece of black bun between us. 3 strands were made, 1 for each person. I originally wanted to save food for my father, but there was a day when I didn't even eat a single crumb of bread in my mouth. Not to mention a piece of black bun like this in my hand. Even if I had a piece of cotton wool in my hand, I would eat it. Because the hunger fire in my stomach rushed upward. I'm not allowed to make the decision anymore. After eating this small piece of black bun, we had no other hope for the day, so we spent the night huddled under the roof of someone else's house with my parents. By the next day, my parents' spirits had not recovered, and it was impossible to go east again. He had no choice but to lie the 2 of them on the ground. I followed the victims begging for food on the street, stopping passers-by everywhere to beg for money and food. After begging for food for a day, I realized that I needed to be qualified to be a beggar. These disaster victims who arrived in Xi'an early were very cruel and met the donors who gave alms. They pushed me so hard that they wouldn't let me come forward. Even if I asked for something, they would still let them snatch it away. After I got sick, I walked a lot and went hungry for many days. How could I make a fuss with others? I had no choice but to act alone and go to the lonely alleys to guard the place without anyone else. Day 1. I got nothing. The next day, I got a pot and helmet, but it was only 2 taels. The 3 members of the family were separated. Please tell me, what can it help? My father had already fallen ill, and my mother had to hold on to the wall when walking. I thought about the time when the policeman refused to help someone who was about to starve to death. My heart was beating wildly. If this drags on day by day, won't my parents have that day? Even I feel unable to walk today and my eyes are blurry. Just like this, the person who gave me black buns a few days ago came here again. I didn't care about anything and just blocked the road and knelt down. I hugged his legs with both hands, bumped my head on his knees, and asked him to save my parents' lives. When he saw that I was crying so hard, he said, "I really don't have the strength to save 3 people. I have a friend who wanted to buy a girl among the victims. He bought it several times, but he didn't like it. You are very smart and can read, so he will definitely like you. Are you willing to sell yourself? If you are willing to be a girl, you can be sold for 10 or 20 yuan, and your parents can use the money to nurse you back to health and escape from Tongguan. As for you, you can leave with my friend right away. He is a committee member who came here from the south to investigate the disaster. He is over 50 years old. If you go with him, he will treat you like his daughter and you will not have to worry about food. If you want me to save you, this is my method." I heard that I wanted to sell my body, but I didn't want to. But looking back at my parents who were about to die, if I didn't betray them, wouldn't everything be over? As soon as I decided, I went with that person to see this committee member. That was my first master. His surname is Huang, and he has a mustache and a serious look. He looked at me. After asking me many questions, I was very satisfied and agreed to give me 20 yuan worth of money. At this time, people were being betrayed every day in Xi'an, and there were many cases of selling a young woman for 5 or 6 yuan. Speaking of it, this price was the highest. I was afraid that things would get stalemate, so I agreed personally. So I went back to the street to discuss it with my mother. At that time, my father was so hungry that he fell asleep. I pulled my mother aside, pointed at my father and said, "Look at this, how many more days can he last?" When my mother heard this, she burst into tears and could not speak. I said, "There is only one way now, sell me, and I will escape with my life first." You 2 old men took my money from selling myself and found a small inn to rest for a few days. Once your body is well and you can walk, you can escape from Tongguan. Once outside Tongguan, even if you beg for food, you won't starve to death. If you don't agree, Dad will be afraid that he won't be able to do it within 10 days. How many more days can you endure it? Even if I don't die, I will be left alone. Think about it carefully. What else could my mother say? She was just crying. I thought about it all night and felt that there was no other way to sell me. There is no second way out. The next day, I ran to see Commissioner Huang early in the morning and told me that my parents were reluctant to sell me and had to die together. But I couldn't bear to watch my parents die, so the only way was to sell me secretly. Master, if you can rest assured me. Please give me 20 yuan so that I can settle my parents down and go with you. Mr. Huang was also very generous to me. As expected, he gave me 20 yuan and said that he would go to Nanjing with him, that he would be well fed and clothed, and that he would also send me to study. When he said those words of praise, he touched his beard with his hand and just looked at my whole body. Looking at him like that, I guessed that he couldn't have good intentions, but I wasn't willing to cheat him of 20 yuan, and since he was a gentleman, the victims of the disaster might not cause trouble to him. So I asked him to send a servant. We went back to the street with me, settled my parents in a small inn, and cooked a meal of millet porridge for them to drink. I didn't dare to stay for a long time, for fear of exposing my flaws. In the evening, I would light candles and urge my parents to go to bed. After my parents ate millet porridge. After regaining some clarity, I lay down on the kong, looked at the house, then at me, and gasped, asking, "How did we get here? Who rescued us?" My mother was also lying on the kong, pointing her trembling hand at me and saying, She is going to sell herself to save me and my wife." My father shook his head and said, "No, no, no, no. 3 children, 2 are lost. No, no, no more. Die in one place, die in one place," he said, trembling and crying. I held back the tears in the corners of my eyes and lied to him. "Someone is willing to take our family with him. Now in the small inn, let's eat 2 meals first. They just want us to take good care of our bodies first. If I sell my body, without my parents' pledge, how can they give me money?" Even though my parents were suspicious, I couldn't run away if he didn't write a selling letter. No further questions were asked. I waited for them to fall asleep, then wrote a hastily letter in the room outside, rolled up the useless 19 yuan in cloth, and placed it under my mother's side on the kong. At that time, I didn't know anything. My feet were as soft as cotton wool. My whole body was shaking and tears were pouring out. I just opened my mouth and dared not make a sound. Because I made an appointment with Mr. Huang, he would be waiting for me at the door of the store at dawn. I seemed to hear the sound of mule wheels outside the store, and I guessed they were coming. I looked at the 2 skinny people on the bed and didn't dare to stand, so I turned around and left. But I was trembling and couldn't walk, so I crawled on the ground and walked out of the room. Fortunately, the store clerk fell asleep, so he stopped talking and secretly opened the store door, got on the mule cart, and left my parents. My parents could have escaped from Tongguan with the more than 19 yuan I put down. But after leaving Tongguan, are you begging for food? Do you have a job? Are you fleeing everywhere? This is completely unknown. If you think about it now, it has been 5 years since I left my hometown. I wrote countless letters privately to find out the news, but in the end, they were always returned. For this reason, I had to go back to the northwest to have a look. What do you think of this long talk of mine? Chapter 05. Generously agreeing with peers, unwilling to lag behind, living alone in desolation and sorrow, and wishing for a couple. Yang Yanxiu was having a long conversation, and the 4 boyfriends were sitting next to her, as if they had heard a story of joys and sorrows. Because when Yanxiu spoke, he spoke endlessly. No one dared to interrupt her conversation, but everyone sometimes frowned, sometimes shook their heads, and sometimes sighed slightly, all expressing their attitude. Until she said that she had sold her body to that gentleman, everyone was able to gain some understanding. Yanxiu herself felt her mouth was dry from talking, so she stood up and poured a glass of tea to drink. Her cheeks were red, and she looked very excited. She drank tea from the glass cup, turned her eyes to look at the 4 boyfriends, and put the cup on the table. Smiled. Gao Yihong said that he could not leave his profession without saying anything. This made him full of ink, so he turned back to the 3 attendees and said, "The best literature has always been produced in the environment of natural and man-made disasters, so that evocative literature. It is not a blessing in this world. Just like Ms. Yang said just now, the stories about selling oneself and seeking refuge in Tonga Sea are simply worse than those. If you could write a long poem to describe it, it would be a very moving article." Yanxiu said, "I would like to write down all the hardships I have gone through, but I am not talented enough. I can think of it in my heart, but I can't write it down with my pen, so there's nothing I can do about it. It's a pity that I have to leave, otherwise, I could say it slowly and ask Mr. Gao to write it down." Gao Yihong looked very proud and said with a smile, "I'm afraid I can't write well either. But Ms. Yang really entrusts me with this matter, and I am willing to work hard." As he spoke, he glanced at the 3 friends. He was alone in the limelight, Wu Jianxing heard. He was unwilling at first, but Ms. Yang liked what he said, so there was no other way. She had to use a side attack to interrupt the conversation. Then he smiled at Yanxiu and said, "Ms. Yang, you haven't finished telling your story yet. Isn't the person who took you away from Xi'an named Huang? How did you change your surname to Song later?" Yanxiu sat down, crossed his legs, crossed his hands and pressed them on his legs. He bounced twice and said with a smile, "This is very funny. That Mr. Huang was also working in Nanjing on errands and came back from Xi'an for work. He didn't bring any money to give to his wife, but brought someone home to make ends meet. As soon as he entered the house, his wife had a big fight with the master. Mr. Huang always gave in, saying that he would buy a disaster victim and come back to take care of his wife. This is not a bad thing, why are you angry?" The wife was even more reasonable, saying that she didn't ask him to buy the girl, and she didn't accept his favor. If he wanted to use the girl, he would buy it without bothering him. After such a quarrel, I was at their house. I became a thorn in my wife's side. She scolded and ordered me around without any problems. But on the 5th day, my wife tried to beat me. When she stretched out her hand, I jumped back and shouted, "You can't hit me, I'll sell this body to you. I am here to do business with you, not to be beaten. If you want to beat me, I will go to the street and report it to the police. Let me tell you, I am an educated girl who has traveled a long way, and I have much more knowledge than you have in your belly. You cannot bully me." When Yanxiu said this, it seemed that Mrs. Huang was speaking, with a straight face, chest raised, and those handsome eyes staring. Looking at that situation, it can really be said that he has both appearance and appearance. Because of this, Shi Nilai raised his 2 palms, first clapped them twice, then stamped his feet, and at the same time shouted, "Hello." With this expression of praise, how could the other three be left behind? Then he started clapping and clapping his hands. Fei Changnian smiled and said, "It's so satisfying to have Ms. Yang so righteous and confident, and to face such a confrontation that tramples on human rights. This is very annoying to poor girls throughout the ages. Originally, it was illegal to use slaves, but it was a pity that the people had no legal knowledge and allowed themselves to be oppressed." Yinxiu smiled and said, "I didn't understand the law at first, but I think clearly. Human trafficking and the abuse of girls are unspeakable nowadays. As soon as I shouted, she didn't dare to do anything to me. For this reason, Mrs. Huang really didn't dare to force me to hit me. But the wife couldn't hit the girl, which would cause her loss of face even more, and she was so angry that she was dying. Before Mr. Huang could get home, he kicked me out of the door. Although I have experienced disaster areas that are hundreds of miles away from human habitation, my family was traveling with me at that time, and there were no people there, so there was no law. We can leave when we like, rest when we like, and no one will interfere. But when I arrived in Nanjing, that didn't work. There were police everywhere. If I behaved a little bit wrong, the patrolman would come to question me, and I would be told that I was homeless. So after I was kicked out of the door by Mrs. Huang, I walked up and down the street. I can't think of a place to stay for the time being. Later, I walked to the door of a tea stove. Because I was thirsty, I shamelessly asked the water seller for a sip of hot water. Not only did they not give me water to drink, but they also laughed at me and said, "I only see people begging for food." I didn't see anyone asking for water. Moreover, when I first came to Nanjing, I spoke Gansu dialect. As a woman from a foreign land, I was more likely to be bullied. At that time, I was helplessly laughed at by others, but I actually cried. Here comes a clever word. At this time, an old man came over and said to the tea stove man, "You are wrong. A girl with a foreign accent who can't even get a sip of tea must be very poor. What you sell is tea. How much does it cost to give her a cup of hot water? It's okay if you don't give it, but you still make fun of people. Do you really think the poor deserve to die?" The master of the tea stove knew that he was wronged and didn't say anything. This old gentleman led me to the roadside and asked me a few questions. When he heard that I was a disaster victim, he took me home and met my wife. My wife knew that I could read and that I was selling myself out, so she took pity on me and accepted me as her adopted daughter. Needless to say, this old gentleman is my adoptive father. My foster father and Mr. Huang are also friends. Suo Xing explained to him that he would not mention my life experience in the future. I gave Mrs. Huang double my worth of 20 yuan, and she was happy to accept it. After that, I went to school and got to know you. Originally, my life didn't need to change immediately. It's just that my adoptive mother died last year, my adoptive father died this year, and I have no home. I have to leave. When everyone heard this, they took a breath. 8 eyes looked at each other. Wu Jianxing stood up first and straightened his expression. "Ms. Yang's fighting spirit cannot be denied by us. You also made your mouth dry. Let me offer you a cup of tea first." As he said that, he took the cup Yanxiu had just drank tea from, filled it with a full cup, held it in both hands, bent down, and sent it to Yanxiu. Yanxiu had no choice but to stand up and take it. He took the teacup and said with a smile, "I don't dare take this seriously. Today is my treat." "Why bother, Mr. Wu?" Jianxing smiled and said, "It's just a little respect. It's not like Ms. Yang is suffering like that right now, it's all in the past. At that time, we were of little help. So far, this is all we have to pay our respects." Yanxiu stretched out his hand and said, "Please sit down, please sit down. Maybe I will need your help in the future." Nalo stood up slightly on his chair and asked, "Can someone like me help Ms. Yang?" Yanxiu heard about it but didn't reply. He first looked at everyone present, then smiled and said, "If I need help from friends, the four of you, that would be the best. But I haven't decided yet to what extent I want friends to help." Gao Yihong smiled and said, "You don't need to speak deeply about what Yang Nuda said. I already understand. Friends since ancient times have the friendship of wealth. In my personal, I am willing to help as much as possible." Yanxiu looked at him obliquely, and then shook his head with a smile. "You guess wrong. If it just refers to a few Sichuan capital in the northwest, no matter what, I can pull it off without having to find someone." Fei Changnian said, "Maybe there are any disputes about the Song dynasty?" Yanxiu smiled and said, "That's right." Fei Changnian said, "It doesn't matter about legal issues. I can be a consultant. It's not difficult to hire a lawyer or a voluntary lawyer." Yanxiu's shoulders were shaking uncontrollably, and Suoshing giggled. Everyone was a little confused and stared at her. Yanxiu smiled and said, "When I said right, I meant that Mr. Fei's tone was right and he should not leave the bank to ask questions. Didn't Mr. Fei study law? Naturally, you have to ask me if I have any legal issues." As for why I wanted help, he didn't guess. Even though Yanxiu was joking with him, he was a little embarrassed. The other two didn't ask any questions. When you see others fail, you become silent. After a lively conversation, Yanxiu suddenly became silent, which didn't feel good, so he smiled at everyone and said, "I said asking for help is impossible. It's not that I can't find someone help. But asking someone to do such a big favor is a bit unkind." Nalo held each other's hands and rubbed them for a while, looked at Yanxiu's face, and said with a smile, "How unkind is this?" Yanxiu took Jianxing's cup of tea in her hand. He still squeezed the cup and put it next to his chest. At this time, I half raised my head, lost my mind for a while, then put down the teacup, sat on the sofa again, leaned my back, lifted one leg, hugged both hands, making a very naughty look, and moved my body. He shook it twice, then smiled and said, "I'll just say it. This time I plan to go back to the Northwest. This is my determined ambition and will never change. But it's hard to say whether my parents and brothers can be found. If I couldn't find them and I still ran back to Nanjing, that would be too boring." At this point, she put down her leg, sat straight up, and her face became stern. Then she said, "I want to find a few like-minded friends to go with me. Taking this opportunity, I have done a lot of work. Talk about something about the Northwest, even if it is as small as just mentioning the situation in the Northwest. Taking a few photos and bringing them outside Tongguan is always a problem. Shernalo suddenly stood up, raised his right hand high, and shook it in the air a few times, then raised his voice and said, "I don't want to go with Ms. Yang. I studied some geology in my early years. Now I can put what I have learned to a try." Wu Jiansheng also raised a hand and stood up. He was thinking in his mind. He wanted to shout out, "I will go too." But he had not yet shouted out, "Gao Yihong and Fei Changyan." He also stood up and shouted, "All go, all go." What he said didn't matter. He bounced his feet on the ground a few times and stretched his fists in the air. Yanxiu raised his head and looked at the four hands raised in the air. He smiled slightly at first, also stood up and nodded. "You all think highly of me and are willing to help like this, thank you. It's just that although this matter is not important, it is relatively troublesome. Please have a seat, please have a seat. Let's take a long-term view." Everyone sat down. "First of all," Shernalo said, "Ms. Yang always knows a little bit about me as a person. I am not afraid of hardship." Yanxiu said, "If you want to go straight to my hometown." "I'm afraid the word hardship cannot be included in it. Or encountering sporadic bandits, or getting sick, are quite dangerous." Shernalo laughed and said, "We won't say that men are stronger than women, but we all have similar physiques. I think wherever Ms. Yang can go, we can always go." Yanxiu said, "That's not true. Even if I endure hardships and take risks, I should do so." "How do you say this?" "Because my home is there and I want to go home. I can't endure hardship, so I can't allow this thought." "You four don't have to endure this kind of hardship. It would be too boring to follow me." Gao Yihong smiled and said, "To talk about this level, it involves philosophical issues. What does it mean to be interesting in life? What is meaningless? It's hard to say, it's subjective." Shernalo waved his hand and said, "We don't need to talk about those theories now. Just ask what day Ms. Yang will leave and what we should prepare before leaving. That's enough." Yanxiu showed it to everyone and made a hesitation. "You are willing to go with me? I am very grateful. What about your studies in the first half of this year?" Fei Changxian said, "There is nothing, we have asked for 2 months to leave. Back to Nanjing in the future, the deserted homework can always make up." "When will Ms. Yang decide to leave?" Yanxiu looked around and said, "Look, how long can I be allowed to live in such an environment? I can't wait to leave tomorrow. But as for the people who are traveling together, I'd better go back and think about it. When you think everything is in order, come back and reply to me." Even apart from studying, everyone has different situations in terms of family and finance. How can we just leave casually during such a long-term trip? Now that everyone is inspired by my words, they become excited and willing to accompany me on a trip. But this is just a temporary emotional effect. Afterwards, if you study it carefully, you will always find something inappropriate. So I would like to give you some time to think about it. Today I ask you to talk about it, but I don't dare to make a conclusion. I want you to send me to the Northwest. If a method comparable to this can be proposed, would also agree. Wu Jianxing said, "We can act independently, and we don't dare to lose credibility in front of Ms. Yang. Since we agreed, probably nothing will change." Yan Qiu said, "But tonight, I invite you all to hold a talk meeting to exchange opinions. It may not be something that will be decided at the talk meeting. Well, let me set a time limit now, starting from this time. By this time on the 4th day, I ask the 4 of you to give me an answer. Either you will go, or you will not go. But don't reply too early. After 48 hours, I will reply again, so that everyone can think about it in the long run, after replying to me. Then it cannot be changed. Because I decided to leave within a week." Shi Nalo said, "I immediately agreed to Ms. Yang and will never go back on it." He stood up as he spoke, and punched the palm of his left hand with his right fist. Yan Qiu said, "No." Non 48 hours later answered me, "I think it was illegal." As she spoke, she pursed her lips and smiled at everyone. Her smile was more powerful than the many serious words she said. Everyone was silent. Secretly, he definitely accepted her method. In order to show consideration for the master, Gao Yihong said to everyone, "The master has talked a lot today and is too tired. We can go away and let the master rest." Yanxiu didn't stay, nodded and replied, "I'll get up the day after tomorrow and wait for your replies." Seeing that we could no longer sit here, everyone bowed to Yanxiu and said goodbye. Yanxiu walked to the stairs, said something simple, and then turned back to the room. She's sitting in the room, holding his head in his hands. After thinking about it carefully, I felt that if these 4 young men said they would accompany me to the northwest, they would definitely go. But if Shi Nalo hadn't initiated it first, probably the other 3 people wouldn't have agreed so simply. It looks like this. Only Shi is purely out of automatic. During this journey, I will rely on him most in the future. According to his physique, he is also the best among the 4. Even if he accompanied me alone, I would be able to leave with peace of mind. In her suitcase, there are photos of these 4 boyfriends. On a sudden impulse, she immediately opened the box, spread out the photos of the 4 people, and displayed them on the table. I hugged my legs and knees, sat sideways, and looked at these 4 photos for a long time. I felt that each had its own strengths and weaknesses. I smiled and fell into a trance for a while. After a long time, I couldn't help but yawned and raised the watch on my arm to look at it. It's already 12 o'clock. Today's conversation was indeed too long, so I should go to bed and rest. Thinking of sleeping, I stretched out and yawned several times. The room Yanxiu stayed in was on the back floor of the hotel, outside the window. In the courtyard next to other places, there is no sound at night when everyone is asleep. Yanxiu went to bed and slept peacefully. When I woke up the next morning, I opened my eyes on the pillow and looked outside. In the glass window, there was already a white gauze hanging, and I looked there. There was no daylight, it seemed that it was not yet bright. He was also very tired, so he leaned his body downwards, twisted twice, pulled his head upwards, and fell asleep again. After sleeping for a while, I didn't know what the sound was that woke me up. When I opened my eyes and looked at the window, it was still gloomy and there was no daylight. Yinxiu was thinking, did I wake up very early today, or was it hard to get daylight? Why is it that at this time, the sun has not come out yet? So I reached under the pillow, took out my watch and looked at it. This is really a joke, it's already 10:30. I got up quickly, opened the window curtains and looked outside. It turned out that there were heavy black clouds in the sky, and drizzle and smoke were all over the sky. The raindrops were originally too thin to be seen in the sky, but they were often picked up by the wind and turned up into smoky heads. Although the rain was light, there would still be a drop or two dripping down from time to time on the eaves, indicating that it had been raining all night. Yinxiu held her head high, stretched out her hands, and yawned a few more times, as if she still didn't get enough sleep. I originally left my family. Instead of going to school, I live alone in a hotel, killing time when I go to sleep and killing time when I wake up. On such a rainy day, it's boring to sit in a hotel without being able to go out. With this thought in mind, she didn't even wash her face or wear any clothes. Sitting on the sofa and chair, one person just stared in a daze. Looking back at the outside of the window, the drizzle hit the glass window and accumulated into water droplets, slowly flowing downward. Yinxiu thought to himself, it is not easy to see this kind of scene in the northwest. Please wait and see it for a while. Just like this. There was a slight knock on the door twice. Just as he was about to ask who it was, a clear voice from outside said, "Song. You haven't gotten up yet?" Yinxiu recognized that this was her female classmate Li Kanying, and said, "It's raining, why are you here?" With that said, he quickly grabbed a cheongsam and put it on. The right hand holds the button under the waist, and the left hand opens the door. Li Kanying put a raincoat on her arm, turned sideways and rushed through the door, then shook Yinxiu's hand and said, "Song. Why did you break up with your family?" Yinxiu smiled and said, "Don't send me here and there, just call me Song. My surname is now Yang. That secret of mine used to be known only to you, but now that I have made it public, everyone knows." Li Kanying said, "You are doing this, what are your plans?" As she spoke, she approached the table and put her raincoat on the back of the chair. At this moment, I saw photos of 4 young men displayed on the table. After taking a closer look, he recognized 3 of them and said with a smile, "Why do you put these photos here? Are you saying goodbye to them?" Yinxiu was unwilling to announce that they were going to the northwest together for the time being. For fear of any changes, he said, "It's not a farewell. Because I went to check the box last night and hesitated for a while about these 4 photos. Should I take them away? Or throw them away? Put them on the table. This issue has not yet been resolved." Kanying said. "Only the one who looked like a movie star. I didn't know who he was, but I recognized the rest." Yinxiu looked at her and smiled. "You don't recognize it, do you? He is a sportsman Shernalo." After hearing these words, Kanying seemed to be touched by something, and her color changed. But she calmed down immediately. Seeing that Yinxiu's hair was still disheveled, her face was yellow, and her eyelashes were clustered together, she smiled and said, "You lazy girl. You sleep like a sick girl, what's on your mind? Why don't you wash your face quickly?" Yinxiu said, I got up early. But there was drizzle outside the window, and I had nowhere to go, so I sat here in a daze for a long time. Canning walked to the wash basin, turned on the water pipe, let out the water, pulled off the hand towel on the copper stopper, threw it into the water, pulled Yanxiu beside the wash basin, and said with a smile, "Wash your face." Yanxiu then washed his face and looked at her body. He saw that she was wearing an emerald blue coat. Where the coat was slit, a black velvet and red striped jacket was slightly exposed around it. Here, exposed round thighs, flesh-colored socks with red rings. Wearing black patent leather shoes. The two bare arms had a white and silver rattan bracelet tightly wrapped around the elbows. Her face was slightly powdered, with a slightly round and happy outline, and two slightly curved eyebrows, long and thin. Although it was modified by thick eyebrows, it became obvious that it was dark. The eyes were slightly larger, but mostly black. The hair is cut from the forehead to the temples, and hangs down along with the face, but the hair on the back of the head covers the collar. Yanxiu just looked at it and said with a smile, "Li, are you a teenager?" Chaniying said, "Don't you know my age?" "That's weird. I'll tell you again, I'm 19 years old." Yanxiu held a long-handled toothbrush in front of the mirror and just combed her hair. She looked at her and said, "You are almost 20, but you are still so innocent and innocent." Chaniying said, "Don't you know my age?" "That's weird. I'll tell you again, I'm 19 years old." Yanxiu held a long-handled toothbrush in front of the mirror and just combed her hair. She looked at her and said, "You are almost 20, but you are still so innocent and innocent. I love you so much. If I were a man, living such a lonely life, would have to propose to you. Will you marry me?" Chaniying smiled and said, "You want to take advantage of me?" Yanxiu sighed and didn't reply. She had already combed her hair, put on her socks, and rang the bell to ask the waiter to make tea. He opened the biscuit box and placed a plate of biscuits on the coffee table. He first held it with 2 fingers and brought it to Chaniying's mouth. Chaniying sat down and grabbed her hand, saying, "I heard your accent, and there is something I want to say." "What is it? Tell me." Yanxiu followed her hand and squeezed her to sit down on the sofa, saying, "When you didn't come, I was just sitting here in a daze. Think about it, a girl living in a hotel is already very lonely, on such a windy and drizzly day. Think about it again. What is my life experience? Not only is it a question of whether my parents and brothers exist, but it is also unknown whether my hometown exists now. Think about it again, although the world is huge, where should I, a lonely person, go?" As she spoke, her eyes turned red and she was about to burst into tears. Chaniying immediately raised a hand, patted her shoulder lightly a few times, and said with a smile, "You were talking and laughing with me, but you started crying. It's my fault, I didn't have a mouthful. I agreed to marry you, and you are really pitiful, regardless of whether you are a boy or a girl. I am willing to marry you. Are you still crying?" After saying that, he put his arms around Yanxiu's neck and leaned his face against hers. Yanxiu smiled and said, "Fortunately, I am a woman. If I were a man, I would really be fascinated by you right now." Chaniying smiled and said, "Girls have soft hearts." I hear you sound so pitiful. If you were a man, maybe I would really marry you. Yinxiu smiled and said, You are willing to say this because I am a woman. If I were a man, you wouldn't say this. As she spoke, she curled her lips a few times. Chaining sat on the sofa chair with her. He glanced at the 4 photos on the table. He rolled his eyes, clapped his hands and said with a smile, I understand. Since you left your family, you have felt very lonely and lonely. You can't find a partner, so take out these 4 photos. I'm going to pick one out of these, do you think so or not? Yinxiu laughed and said, Nonsense. She said, pushing Chaining away with both hands, and sat on the chair opposite. Chaining did not follow suit, just leaned on the chair, bit her lower lip, smiled slightly, and said to Yinxiu, Nod. Yinxiu walked to the window, opened the window screen, looked outside, and said to himself, It's still raining. This rain is really frustrating. Chaining smiled and said, Don't interrupt. If I ask you, you haven't answered me yet. With that said, he walked over and held Yinxiu's clothes. Walk toward the table. Yinxiu smiled and said, Are you here to see me come, or are you here to cause trouble with me? Chaining smiled and said, We are such good friends, what's the big deal if you tell me a few honest words? She put one hand on Yinxiu's shoulder and pointed to the 4 photos on the table with the other. In your mind, you probably can't make up your mind, and you don't know which one to choose. If you don't mind it, I'll be your advisor. Do you like it? Yinxiu twisted around and said, Don't talk nonsense. Chaining put his hands around her neck, trying to make her go away. He pointed his finger at Shernalo's photo and said, This one is like a movie emperor. If you choose talents based on beauty, this is the most suitable person. Yinxiu ran to the chair and sat down. Chaining also sat down and stretched her head into Yinxiu's arms. Looking at her face, he asked, How is it? How is it? How is it? Yinxiu smiled and said, What's going on? You've asked so many questions, but I don't understand anything. Chaining said, If you want me to say it, I will say it. Do you think it's okay to choose this man named Shi to be your husband? Yinxiu put an index finger on her cheek, looked at her and said with a smile, A big girl can say anything, thank you for your kindness. Chaining said, I'm sorry for the person who said it, but what should the person who did it do? According to my opinion, you should get engaged first. You are alone in the middle of the universe, and it is really lonely. With someone, at least on a rainy day like this, I can talk and not worry. Besides, you have to go back to the northwest. Yinxiu took advantage of her suddenness to reach out his hand, grasped her mouth, and said with a smile, That mouth of yours is so annoying. Chaining took her hand away, straightened her face and said, I'm telling the truth. You started talking about going back to the northwest, which I don't agree with. Think about it, you, a girl, are still very worried just by taking a boat or a train. Now we have to go to a place that is inaccessible by trains and ships. Not to mention the bandits and robbers, there are many inconveniences in and out of hotels and long-distance buses. It would be much better if you had a companion. Besides, walking thousands of miles alone can still feel lonely. This still means that when you go back to Gansu, you can find your family. To put it unlucky, if you can't find your family, it will be sad for you to go back alone like this. After Yanxiu heard this, he remained silent for a long time. So he let go of Caning's hand, crossed his fingers with his hands, and sat down with his legs crossed. After a long time, he said, "You have not walked such a long road. How do you know these difficulties? Everything you say touches my heart." Chaining walked to the chair and sat down. He smiled at her and said, "This is just a matter of course. So, what are your plans?" As he said that, he took a photo and looked at it. It was the photo of Shernalo. After looking at it carefully for a while, he actually forgot to ask Yanxiu. "There is no reply yet, I will put it down soon. I just thought of asking someone else." When looking at Yanxiu, she put her head on one hand and was lost in thought. Then he smiled and said, "I understand, you probably thought of taking someone with you, right?" Yanxiu said with a smile, "I'm not a footman, how can I take one with me?" Chaining said, "I understand this better. It's about walking together. Which partner have you decided to go with? You are so miserable. I have nothing else to say to comfort you. I hope you will become a couple soon." Yanxiu said with a smile, "Maybe you have nothing else on your mind right now, just getting married." Married again. So you've been talking all morning. This is what is being talked about. Canning said, "Then, I have to ask you, since you are not taking the road of marriage, if you and a boyfriend go on such a long journey together, is it allowed for you to do this in Chinese society?" Yanxiu said, "Of course it's not allowed. But walking with a large group of men, like a tour group, that's okay, right? And I thought, our tour group is not limited to men. If women join, we are also welcome. Plum. You are my good friend and you pity me. Can you join my group?" Canning said, "If I didn't have family problems, would go with you and take this opportunity to broaden my horizons." Yanxiu smiled and shook his head and said, "That's not the case. You have to make another twist. If you want to say you are at a disadvantage, I am also a woman. If I were a man, he would definitely follow me." Canning said with a smile, "What you said is not thorough. It should be said that it is a pity that I am a woman, so I will not go with you. If I were a man, would sacrifice everything and accompany you to the Northwest in order to win your love. Happy. You can marry me. This is where you show your own weakness." By saying this, doesn't it mean that the people who went to the Northwest with you all have a purpose? Yanxiu smiled and shook his head, "I'm a silly girl, I don't understand this." Chaining sat over. He squeezed his body, leaned on his shoulder, shook her hand and said, "Tell me, which one have you chosen? Outside these 4 people, or within 4 people?" Yanxiu twisted her body and replied simply, "I don't know." Chaining said, "Nonsense. It's my own business. Is there any truth that I don't understand?" Yanxiu just smiled but didn't reply. Chaining twisted her body like a willow in the wind and fell asleep in Yanxiu's arms again, humming, "Oh. You must tell me." "Ugh. You can't tell me." Yanxiu pushed her and said, you are still 1 year older than me. Even if you are twisting in my arms like this, you are not ashamed? Kanying put his arms around her neck and said, "Are you going to tell me? If you don't tell me, I will disturb you and make you unable to calm down." Yanxiu took her hand and smiled. "Sit still and I will tell you what is in my heart. And I'm not just telling you, I have something important to entrust you with." Chanying then sat up seriously and said seriously, "Just tell me, and I will keep the secret with you." Yanxiu thought for a moment with his head held high and smiled. Kanying said, "It's not like you're just writing chapters into a novel, and you have to tell the truth when it comes to important points. Say it quickly." However, Yanxiu looked at her face, smiled, and still refused to say anything. Chapter 06, Green Eyes meets guests in Hushan. Su-yi comes across the river in wind and rain together. The subject of marriage comes up. No one thinks it is a mysterious thing, and they never say it out loud, especially girls. They have to talk about it implicitly, as if not saying it implicitly would be a bit irrelevant. Although Yanxiu is a straightforward and first-class woman. However, she is younger after all, so a good girlfriend like Chanying just keeps asking her questions but refuses to tell her straight away. As for Chanying, although she knew that she must have someone, she couldn't guess who that person was. Now that she was talking about it, she held back the words. He jumped to his feet and said, "You are really pissing me off. If you want to tell me, just tell me. Even if you really don't want to tell me, I can't force you to confess by torture. Why are you always pretending like this?" Yanxiu held Kanying's hand and said seriously, "Really, I won't lie to you. I have not decided on the candidate. Even if someone comes with me, I will definitely wait for a long period of inspection after arriving in the Northwest. Now if you want me to tell someone, it doesn't matter if I accidentally pointed out someone to lie to you." But the word got out. If there is a misunderstanding in the future, wouldn't it be a joke? Kanying nodded and said, "Yes. You are right, I won't ask you these questions anymore. You said you still have important things to entrust me with, so just tell me, what else do you have to entrust me with?" Yanxiu thought again with her head held high. He still pursed his lips and smiled and shook his head twice. Chanying jumped up and said, "This is really a case of being anxious and slow. I won't ask you any questions. Now let's solve other problems. It's time for lunch. Let's go have lunch together. Even if I say goodbye to you. Is there any excuse for this?" Yanxiu said, "Hey, old lady. You can't understand me?" Kanying said, "I understand you. If I don't understand you, can I still invite you to dinner?" As he said that, he took the raincoat placed on the back of the chair in his hand. Yanxiu said, "It's still raining. Wouldn't it be much easier to just order something to eat at the hotel?" Kanying said, "Then how can I invite you?" Yanxiu was talking but still sitting on the chair. Chanying came over and took one of her hands, without asking whether she agreed or not. He kept saying, "Go, go, go." Yanxiu stood up with a smile, patted her shoulder and said, "The relationship between you and me is indeed good. When I go to the Northwest in the future, don't forget about me." Kanying frowned and said, "Humph. I won't change my mind, I'm just afraid that you will have a rival in the future. But we were left behind. Yinxiu Suoxing leaned on her shoulder and asked in her ear, "Don't you want to find your opponent? If you have a rival in the future, how will you deal with me?" Chaining gave a wonderful reply and said with a smile, "Just look back." Yinxiu said with a smile, "Okay. Based on your words, I have to bother you for this meal." While talking, he changed into leather shoes and went downstairs with Caning. When we arrived at the hotel door, it was raining heavily on the road. The eaves hanging down from the eaves are like holding a long rope. No one is allowed to get out. Yinxiu stood in the door and said with a smile, "Look, it's raining so hard, where can I get a car? Even if there is a car, I'm afraid he will take a huge amount of money." Chaining said, "I'm wearing a raincoat." "It doesn't matter. Just let me call you outside the door." Yinxiu said, "Stop fooling around. Let the waiter call it." The two of them were pulling each other here. I saw a man in a suit, a raincoat and a rain hat on his head. With his hands in the raincoat pockets, he jumped into the door and shouted, "It's raining so hard." As he spoke, he took off the hat on his head and dropped it twice. 2 lines of water fell down, and one of them splashed directly onto Chaining's face. She blushed and was about to say something. The man also noticed someone standing behind him, immediately turned around, bowed and said with a smile, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." When his mouth speaks. He could see clearly that it was young Yinxiu who was pursuing her. Chaining also saw clearly that this was like the movie Emperor activist Shernalo. Yinxiu smiled and said, "Where did Mr. Shi come from with such heavy rain?" He smiled and said, "I came here specifically to see Miss Yang." "No. Ms. Yang hates being called Mississippi." Then he said to her, "Please introduce me to me, this lady is." Yinxiu took Caning's hand and said, "She is my excellent classmate, Ms. Li Caning. Plum. This is a famous athlete, football player, track and field." Shernalo said again and again, "I don't dare to take it, I don't take it. When I entered the door just now, I was very presumptuous and sprinkled water randomly. Didn't I sprinkle water all over Ms. Li?" After Chaining saw him, she had already forgotten about sprinkling a few drops of water. Smiling, "It doesn't matter. Aren't I still wearing a raincoat?" Shernalo said, "It's raining so hard, where are you two ladies going?" Yinxiu said, "Ms. Li wants to invite me out for dinner. It's raining heavily at the door and there are no cars outside. We are trying to think of something here." Shernalo said, "It's not a problem, I have a raincoat on me, I've been here all this time. Isn't it okay to go out and call a taxi?" As he spoke, he had already walked out of the door. Chaining smiled softly at Yinxiu and said, "It's raining so hard, and he's here." Yinxiu remained silent and smiled slightly. After a while, Shernalo came with a rickshaw and said with a smile, "I was really reckless. Without asking you where you were going, you just called the car." Caning said, "It's Jinyu Tower on this road. If Mr. Shi doesn't mind it, let's go sit together." Shernalo said, "Okay. Please get in the car first, I'll be there shortly." Said. He bent down and pulled the handlebar, pulling the rickshaw over the dripping eaves so that the two ladies could get on and escape from the water. These two ladies are not fools, and they understand Mr. Sher's thoughtfulness very well. The two got into the car and each had their own thoughts. After arriving at the tavern, I found a private room. Because it was a rainy day, there were no customers except for the two of them, so the whole restaurant was quiet, perfect for conversation. Yanxiu and Kanying sat hugging each other on the corner of the table. Kanying touched Yanxiu's hand and said with a smile, "Young. I understand now, your opponent is this Mr. Sher, right?" Yanxiu said seriously, "Don't talk nonsense. I absolutely cannot admit this." Kanying felt a little strange when she said she was so sure. Even if Sher Nalo is the opponent, it doesn't matter. Why is she so angry? After looking at her face, I was about to follow up on this sentence, but I heard the waiter shout, "Number 5, followed by the sound of leather shoes. He walked up the stairs with a thump. Kanying understood in her heart and immediately stopped talking. The door curtain opened, and Sher Nalo walked in with a smile on his face. He held 2 handfuls of flowers in both hands, bowed forward, and said with a smile, "I met a flower seller on the road. I saw that these roses were really beautiful in bloom, so I bought 2 handfuls and gave them to you too. Let's relax on a rainy day." When he spoke, he was thinking, Miss Li met for the first time today, and they are finally close friends. They should be distant first and then get close. So he took a handful of the flowers held in his left hand and handed them to Kanying with his right hand. Then he casually handed the flower in his left hand to Yanxiu. Yanxiu was indeed as he had imagined. They were very close friends and they were informal friends. But Kanying took the flower in her hand, immediately put it to her nose and smelled it, and looked at the flower with joy. It enveloped the athlete who looked like a movie emperor. Then he smiled and said, "Mr. Sher. Thank you." At the same time, she was thinking, why should I send flowers to an old friend? It was clear that he bought this flower as a gift to me. As for giving Yanxiu a handful of flowers, that's just a side note. Didn't you see that when he handed the flowers to her, he looked very casual? Yanxiu said with a smile, "Look, we came in a car, but Mr. Sher walked here in the rain?" Nai Lao took off his raincoat, held it in his hand, shook it twice, and said with a smile, "I have this. It doesn't matter." As he said this, he was about to go up to the hook to hang it up. At the same time, he discovered that there was a woman's raincoat on the hook. This belonged to his new friend Miss Li. When he said this, it seemed like he was wearing a raincoat. He still had to take a car, so he explained again. Only us sporty people are addicted to walking like this. In fact, wearing a raincoat will not help in such heavy rain. You too have to take a car, the water on the street is deep. As he spoke, he dragged a stool and sat down below to accompany him. A teapot and 4 teacups had been placed on the table. Kanying poured a cup of tea, crossed the table, and handed it to Nai Lao with both hands. He stood up and said, "Why do you ask Ms. Li to pour tea?" "I don't dare to do it. I don't dare to do it." Kanying smiled and said, "This little date is my master. I serve tea to the guests. Isn't that what it should be?" Oh, speaking of which, I'm even more wrong. Mr. Shi is a guest, so how can he sit down? Nai Lao was wearing a suit, and with his free hands outside, he rubbed each other's hands together, showing his hesitation, and smiled. If you are so polite, I won't be able to keep you company. Yanxiu also smiled at Kaining and said, Why are you so polite? Sit down. Kaining felt that there was a bit of jealousy in the words, Why are you like this? So she had to smile and said to Nai Lao, From now on, everyone is welcome. Please ask Mr. Shi to open the menu. Nai Lao rubbed his hands and said to Yanxiu, Can I prepare the menu? I'm just a guest. Yanxiu said with a smile, If the master asks you to write, you will write. Maybe if you don't write, you will no longer be a guest. Shi Nalo couldn't disobey Chaining's trust. Coupled with Yanxiu's words, he couldn't shirk the blame even more, so he smiled and said, I don't know what you two like to eat, so how should I write about it? Kaining smiled and said, This is strange. Doesn't Mr. Shi know what Ms. Yang likes to eat? Nai Lao smiled and said, No. Just don't know. As he spoke, he went to the coffee table next to him, moved the pen, ink and paper to open the menu. His impression was very deep on Yu Kaining. Because from now on, Kaining knew that Nai Lao and Yanxiu's friendship is not that deep otherwise. How could he not know what Yanxiu likes to eat? Under such circumstances, everyone enjoyed the meal happily. After eating, the weather happened to have cleared up. So the three of them walked back to the hotel together along the sidewalk along the road. When he arrived at the door of the hotel, Yanxiu remembered, Shi Nalo must have come to answer his question, and he could go to the northwest. In fact, even without replying, he knew that he had decided to go to the northwest because he was the first among the four boyfriends to express his willingness to go. However, I have already explained that no reply is allowed beforehand until a certain deadline. In front of a man, you must abide by the creed you made for the first time, otherwise, you will not be able to establish prestige, and how can you restrain others? Then he smiled at Shi Nalo and said, I'd better ask you to come over tomorrow. Kaining was naturally confused by such a word without beginning or end. However, after listening to it, he understood that he meant to refuse his early answer, and he did not dare to please him too much. He nodded and agreed, Okay. We'll meet tomorrow. Kaining stopped, hesitated for a while, and said with a smile, The sun is about to rise, and I'm still wearing a raincoat. That's a joke. I won't go to the hotel, so let's meet another day. Yanxiu thought that what she said was right, so he smiled and said, You must leave, and I won't force you to stay. Another day, I will invite you to go out and have fun and say goodbye to the famous places in Nanjing, because when we meet again in the future, I don't know what year or month it is. Kaining said, Okay, let's make an appointment on the phone. Yanxiu walked into the hotel while talking and walking. Seeing that Shi Nalo was still standing in front, Kaining smiled and said, Mist Stone. Are you taking the bus? Shi Nalo smiled and said, No, I like walking, so I walked back. Kaining had already walked over and said with a smile, Sportsmen are always admirable. The first thing is that they have a good spirit. Nai Lao smiled and said, This is also because everyone has different preferences. While talking, the two of them started walking side by side. Kanying said, "I have admired Mr. Sher for a long time. I saw him several times at the sports venue, and now I actually know him." As he spoke, he raised the flower in his hand and said, "Thank you very much for this." He said patiently, "This is too bad a gift. But show some respect." Kanying looked at him and pursed his lips and smiled. He said patiently, "I feel a little presumptuous to bother Ms. Lee today. If the weather is fine tomorrow, I will come and ask you. Please ask Ms. Lee to designate a place first. I won't agree on multiple people, so I will ask Ms. Yang to accompany me alone." Kanying smiled and said, "Although Miss Stone feels that he has to return the favor, that's okay. But why be in such a hurry?" He said patiently, "Of course there is no need to rush, but it won't be long. I'm afraid I'm leaving Nanjing, so I'd like to ask you in advance." When Kanying heard this, she originally wanted to ask where to go after leaving Nanjing. Then she thought, why should I ask? Naturally, she would go to the northwest. So she nodded twice and said, "Oh, I see." The two of them just talked and reached the end of the street before they knew it. Kanying asked, "I went to the right, where is the mist stone? Hard work is just not considered." Then he pointed to the left and said he was going this way. Kanying said, "Well, goodbye. Is the phone number the one on your business card?" Nai Laoyan said yes, and the two said goodbye. Nai Lao studied in a missionary school. Because the boarding dormitories of the school were well organized, he lived in the boarding dormitories. He didn't know what had happened to his nerves during the past 2 days. He just felt restless and didn't want to go to class. It turns out that when an athlete appears in a certain school, there are at least 10 students who neglect their homework. Shernalo himself was a good athlete and basically had no time to study. School authorities because he was a famous athlete. It adds a lot of honors to the school. Even if his grades are not good, he barely passes. Because of this, although Shernalo studied geology, he was not interested in geology at all. Since yesterday I promised Yanxiu to send her to the northwest. She thought that by getting the first one, she could let Yanxiu know that he was the most sincere to her. As long as she had a good impression of her, others might not be sure, and naturally they would not want to go all the way to hit this wooden clock. So today, despite the rain, I have to go to the hotel to crash. Unexpectedly, I met another Miss Lee by accident. Although she was not as healthy and beautiful as Yanxiu, she also had an intelligence that was revealed, which was very pleasing to people. When she went home, she walked a long way with him. Maybe it was intentional. Fortunately, he was the one who wanted to leave Nanjing, otherwise, it might cause an interesting love triangle scene. He added another layer of fantasy to the infinite fantasy in his heart, and he didn't want to go to class. When I returned to the boarding house, I slept on the bedding and put on my leather shoes. He put his legs on the railings of the iron bed and just stared at the ceiling, forgetting everything. Sometimes I would bring a book over and read it with both hands. But I couldn't read 3 lines, so I put the book on my chest and fell into a trance again. Although in this trance, most of it is about Yang Yanxiu, however, a small part is also about Li Kanying. He had such an attitude, so that night, he got a call from Kanying and said, "Ms. Yang is leaving soon, and it's only a day in Nanjing. I plan to ask her to swim in Hohu Lake tomorrow. Didn't Mr. Shi say he wanted to treat us? I didn't even think about it. I treat you to a meal, and one day later, I will treat you to a meal. Now that cherries are on the market, there are many cherries selling them. Come to Hohu and treat us to a cherry meal. Come or not." Nai Lao felt that inviting people to eat cherries was not enough to return the favor, so he agreed repeatedly. At the same time, he also agreed that it would be at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Nai Lao also thought that at 7 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, he would reply to Yen Qiu. "It's time for a deadline. I will be with her from 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. No matter who it is, if they compete for the earliest reply, they can't be better than me at this move." He has his thoughts, he also has his plans, and naturally he also has his achievements. Arrived the next day. It happened to be a sunny day. The sun at noon was particularly warm. Nai Lao had a white poplin lapel shirt that he had prepared but never used, so he specially wore it today. Of course, the leather shoes were polished and the suit was changed into a light gray one. Opened the box and put in the money remitted from home. I divided half of it and carried it with me, then took the car to Xuanwu Lake. After all, Nanjing is the land of golden powder in the 6 dynasties. There are many people who are unwilling to let down such a beautiful scenery and beautiful time. Therefore, when leaving the city, there are various vehicles parked along the way. But the scenery here, it does not lose its beauty just because there are so many people. After the heavy rain, the lake is full and almost as flat as the shore. Just looking at the green grass on the shore soaked in the water is poetic. The sun shines on the rippling lake water. There seems to be another change in people's vision, and the natural spirit is revived. Zhongshan Mountain opposite the lake is particularly green, with 2 or 3 rugged peaks standing slantingly on the southeast corner of the lake. A pile of towering green shadows are covered with white clouds above and flat white water below. The reflected shadow in the water can still be vaguely seen, swaying a little with the water waves. Walking north from the foot of the mountain, there are some hills surrounding the lake. Backing the mountains and water, there are several huts in the shadow of the trees, half visible and half hidden. It's like a picture. While appreciating the scenery of the lakes and mountains, he headed towards Wuzhou Park. The green grass was still wet and sticky. In the bamboo groves in the east and west, there are also new bamboo shoots 4 or 5 feet high, showing the scene after the rain. But in the slightly drier place, a tea seat was set up, and a whole group of people were surrounding it. The rest of the sidewalks outside the bamboo forest were filled with male and female tourists, noisy and noisy. Shi Nalo only made an appointment with Kanying. We met in Wuzhou Park and it was not certain where we would wait. So I had to use my eyes to look around and my legs to get in between people. It took about an hour before I heard someone behind me call out, "Mist Stone," softly. When I looked, it was Li Kanying. Although Nai Lao was full of impatience, at this moment, he couldn't help but laugh. Kanying said, "I was waiting at the intersection entering the park, thinking that I would definitely meet you when you came. I didn't expect you to come in first, and I waited in vain for a long time. Is Miss Yang here? He said patiently. I didn't see it. Didn't you come with Miss Li? Kanying said, I thought you would call her to inform her, so I didn't go on a date with her. Since you didn't call her, how would she know? Nai Lao thought to himself that this statement was inconsistent. Didn't you come to inform me after you made an appointment with her? Why haven't you two contacted each other yet? However, it was our first time getting to know each other, so it was inconvenient to ask further questions, so we just left it at that. Seeing his thoughtful look, Cheniying smiled and said, maybe she will come. Let's find a place to sit and talk first. The man and woman were in the same place, but the woman went on a date with the man to talk first. How could she refuse? Naturally, she agreed with a smile. After turning 2 turns along the road, she arrived at a clump of bamboo, not far from the water's edge. There was an empty open chair there, so Nai Lao took out his handkerchief, brushed off the loose soil on the chair, bowed and asked Kanying to sit down. She sat down, but Nai and I did not dare to take the risk, so she sat down next to her and stood beside the chair. He deliberately raised his head and looked around to avoid showing that hesitation. Cheniying could see that he was in trouble. He tapped the stool several times with his hand and said with a smile, Why are you standing? Sit down. Sure. Nalo looked back and then sat down with a smile. He took the hat off his head and put it on his lap, but as soon as he put it down, he felt it was inappropriate, so he picked it up and put it on his head. Although Cheniying was sitting side by side with him, she turned her eyes and glanced at him secretly. Seeing his helpless look, I felt at ease. Then he struck up a conversation and said with a smile, The natural scenery of Hohu Lake. The mountains are real mountains and the lake is a real lake. That's very good. It's a pity that the artificial buildings here not only lack the spirit of greatness, and it's so crude that it has no artistic meaning at all. It really doesn't match this lake and this mountain. Nalo said, This has only been a few years since the capital was built. Of course, this park will become great in the future. But looking into the distance, the scenery of the mountains and waters is worth remembering. Cheniying smiled and said, The mist stone is about to go to the northwest, which will give you a new perspective. Nai Lao suddenly turned around in surprise and asked her, I haven't decided on this matter. How did Miss Li know about it? Cheniying pursed her lips and smiled. Nai Lao said, Really, it's up to you to go or not to go. I haven't decided yet. Cheniying smiled and said, Why haven't you decided yet? After she said this, she turned around and looked at Nai Lao. Nai Lao lowered his head and looked at the ground, while using the toe of his leather shoe to smear words on the ground. At this moment, Cheniying quickly glanced at her watch and saw that it was already 3:30. She couldn't help but nodded secretly and smiled. I am very interested in rowing. I wonder if Mist Stone likes this? Nai Lao smiled and said, I like all kinds of sports. If Miss Li is interested, we will go immediately. Following the sound, Cheniying stood up. Naturally, after this, he rowed into the middle of the lake. As the hour passed, they were very happy. This is also the scenery of Nanjing. It is 1,000 times better than the Northwest. So Shernalo just wanted to play in the lake, but forgot to reply to Yanqiu's words. There was a certain amount of time. Although he was not allowed to reply before the deadline, there was no requirement to reply after the deadline. Perhaps Shernalo ignored this and just rode in Xuanwu Lake with peace of mind. Yang Yanqiu, who was in the Taiping Hotel, had not gone out since 1 o'clock that afternoon. It was expected that the 4 boyfriends would come to the hotel around 7 o'clock today. After this confirmation, it may be as late as a week, or as soon as 3 to 5 days, it will be time to set off. At this time, you might as well take it easy and arrange things in advance. She thought so she felt very calm. Just waiting for those guards to report. Of course, the first person to report must be Shernalo. Because it rained heavily yesterday and the deadline was so early, he even came to the hotel. Today he will be more impatient. Maybe at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and here he comes. Unexpectedly, what she had imagined was completely wrong. At 7 o'clock in the afternoon, the first one came was Wu Jiansheng, the second one was Gao Yihong. Although Fei Changnian came the latest, it was not past 7:10. Naturally, when they met Yanqiu, they all said they had decided to go to the Northwest with her. In Yanqiu's heart, she felt that Shernalo was in good health and the relationship between them seemed to be deeper. If everyone went to the Northwest together, they would definitely ask him to be a captain. Now that everyone else is here, he is lagging behind. I can't trust him too much in the future. She was thinking this in her heart, but on the surface she was calmly greeting the 3 people who came to report, drinking tea and chatting. Wu Jiansheng looked at his watch and said with a smile, "When Ms. Yang gave us a deadline, she only said that we couldn't go past a certain time earlier. As for being late by a certain time, it is probably okay, otherwise, everyone's clocks cannot be accurate to 1 second, and it is not easy to meet that time exactly." Gao Yihong smiled and said, "I think it's not too late." As soon as Yanqiu heard their words, "I knew it was due to Shernalo, although I thought that there must be some special reason preventing him from coming. On the surface, I would never openly protect him." He smiled and said, "Although it is late for a certain period of time, there is no set limit for how long, but it cannot be too long. Because we have to make reservations on how many people are going to leave and on which date. If someone joins too late and our entire plan needs to change, we have to refuse." Fei Changnian nodded and said, "With these individuals on the road, we can be regarded as a corporation. A corporation should have regulations that everyone abides by, and no one is allowed to break the law." Yanqiu said, "I agree with this. I am a woman and 4 young men have to walk such a long distance together, and I really hope there is something to restrain everyone. Wait until Mr. Shi arrives. We can discuss this first." Everyone listens to her words. You can't cancel Shernalo just because he arrived a little late. You can only talk about gossip for the time being and wait for him to come to discuss all issues. But everyone came here for a common purpose. After 2 days and 1 night of planning, everyone had something to say. Now I suddenly put this matter aside and felt that I had nothing to say for a while, but in front of a woman. It's not okay for everyone to sit there with a straight face. Therefore, Fei Changyan first talked to Gao Yihong beside him and said with a smile, "It rained so heavily yesterday, I didn't expect it to be so sunny today." I asked this question out of boredom, and I couldn't think of 3 words. If someone else answered for you, I also answered for you. Gao Yihong had nothing to say. He was sitting on a small sofa with a coffee table next to him. There were several newspapers stacked on it. He touched the newspapers and asked, "How many newspapers do you read every day?" The two of them were having this kind of conversation. "It's boring enough." Wu Jianxing sat leaning against the table, but he took a box of matches and flipped them back and forth in his hands. Yanxiu saw this and looked at his watch. The time had been delayed to 9 o'clock. Then he frowned and said, "That's strange, why doesn't Mr. Shi come? Even if he doesn't go to the northwest, he should still give us a reply. Now we don't have to wait for him. If you have any opinions, you can put them forward for discussion. We have made a decision, and he cannot overturn it even if he comes. Who taught him to be absent? These 3 people all feel this way." Shi Nalo was a little closer to Yanxiu. Now that he didn't keep time, he just took this opportunity to give him a blow. They all unanimously agreed with Yanxiu's proposal and immediately discussed the matter of departure. From 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock, the discussion was basically settled. Starting tomorrow, step up your preparations. On the evening of the 3rd day, I took the north train to Shuzhou and turned west on Longhai Road. Yanxiu looked back to the northwest day and night. Now that he had fulfilled his wish, he was naturally very happy. Although Shi Nilao, whom he hoped to be most kind to, never came, he didn't mind much. But she was thinking, Shi Nalo would definitely have a reply by the next morning. However, her expectations were unexpected. At 11 o'clock at noon, the waiter sent an express letter, and the subtitle was Shi Nalo's name. Yanxiu held the letter in her hand. After much hesitation, she thought in her mind that he must have some obstacles and couldn't tell me in person, so she wrote an express letter, and the content must be to tell me the reason why he couldn't come in person, so she agreed to it in writing. Must go to the northwest. She thought so in her heart. Just come and open the letter. However, the content of the letter was unexpected for the 3rd time. The letter said, "Ms. Yanxiu Huijian, please forgive me. I had no choice but to break my promise. At 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon, I received a telegram from home, saying that there was an emergency at home. Tell me to go back to Nantong as soon as possible. My parents are elderly, so I couldn't help but calm down after receiving this kind of telegram, so I set off immediately without having time to say goodbye. If nothing happens, I will rush back to Nanjing. Even though the lady has already crossed the river and gone north. I can catch up too. The square inch is messed up, and I can't say enough, so I'll forgive you. Congratulations on your efforts. Enter Shi Nalo." Yanxiu read the letter twice and thought, "It's no wonder, someone sent me a telegram to call him back." Not only did she have no doubts about this telegram, and he also said to Wu Jianxing and others, "I just returned to the northwest to find my family. If others can't go with me temporarily because of my family, it is of course forgivable." The other 3 boyfriends, seeing that Shi Nalo had lost the election, were all secretly happy, and unknowingly they became even more energetic. On the third day, it was the day for everyone to set off. We had made an appointment in advance and gathered in the hotel. Because Yinxiu said that the people in the Northwest live a hard life, everyone must wear simpler clothes when going there this time. Otherwise, not only would it be such a long journey, accidents are prone to happen, and it attracts people's attention along the way, which makes me feel embarrassed. After everyone listened to her words, the three boyfriends all changed into green cloth shorts and yellow twill shorts. They didn't even wear leather shoes, only cloth-soled sneakers. Only Gao Yihong is different. He added a pair of round-rimmed glasses, but maybe otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to show that he studied literature. To thank them, Yinxiu prepared another fine meal for noon today and treated them to a feast in the hotel. When eating, the four of them sat down around a square table, with 4 glasses filled with dark red wine. Yan Xiuke pressed the edge of the table and stood up first. She wore a short-sleeved coarse cloth gown, and her plump muscles were faintly revealed in the lines of the clothes. Her beautiful hair, although still somewhat curved and wavy at the back of her head, was trimmed very short. She raised her tender lotus-like arms, raised the wine glass, and said to the 3 boyfriends present, 3 gentlemen, thanks to your great sacrifice, accompany me to the Northwest. I have no words to express my gratitude. For this meal, I would like to thank you all first. Secondly, as we walk along the way from now on, of course we will have to share the joys and sorrows of every meal every day. This meal can also be said to be the beginning of our cooperative meal. I borrowed this glass of wine. I wish us good luck in the future, everyone, let's do it. After she finished speaking, she raised her cup and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this, the other 3 people suddenly stood up. No one said anything, and they all raised their cups. After drinking it, Yan Xiu smiled and said, I sent many friends to see them off and went to Puku Station. This purpose is just for us to have this enjoyable meal, please. As she spoke, she sat down and held up her chopsticks first. She drank the glass of wine, her breath rising. Immediately 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks. Just seeing her eyes moving, she was naturally very happy. These 3 young men naturally followed Yan Xiu's attitude and all ate with smiles on their faces. Yinxiu smiled and said, Today, at this time, we will eat at the place where we started. 4 people gathered around a square table and ate happily. But I don't know where the last meal we had together was, or what the situation was like. Regarding emotional issues, Gao Yihong is the best to discuss. This is another opportunity for him to show off. Then he smiled and said, So before the ancients climbed the mountain to visit the scenic spots, they felt infinite emotions when they saw no ancient people before and no visitors after. After leaving Nanjing, Ms. Yang finally left her second hometown. Such emotion was there should be. Both Fei Changmian and Wu Jianxing were tired of him talking about literature, so they couldn't help frowning. Jianxing said, after dinner, let's pack our luggage with Ms. Yang. It's still raining heavily outside, so why not get to the station early? And I am afraid it's a bit inconvenient to cross the river in a hurry. Yinxiu stood up and opened the window to take a look. A gust of cold wind blew in the drizzle and smoke and flew straight to the dining table. The yellow silk window curtains were blown by the wind and fluttered randomly under the roof. At the same time, I saw a man in a raincoat with his hat worn low. On the opposite road, I had the intention of peeking here. Since the window was open, he left. Yinxiu didn't have time to think about it, so he quickly closed the window and said with a smile, "Although the rain is not heavy, it is coming with great force." Fei Changmian said, "If it hadn't been announced in advance, we wouldn't have left today." Yinxiu said sternly, "That's not it. If there is a slanting wind and drizzle, we will be afraid. When we go to the northwest, there will be many difficulties, so how to move forward? Let's go. I will pack my luggage." As she spoke, she puffed up her breasts and went back to her room to clean up everything. It was already packed and ready. After her suggestion, the three boyfriends all cheered up, and within half an hour, all four of their luggage were loaded into the car. By this time, although I felt nostalgic for Nanjing, I had to leave. They took another car and followed the luggage cart to the ferry. It's such a stormy river scene. Just look at the east and west ends of the river, which are covered by heavy clouds. It seems that the river in front of you has emerged from the clouds and is still flowing into the clouds. Looking across Jiangpuku town, we see those new-style buildings, such as station warehouses and the like. Most of them were covered by dark clouds. Gao Yihong pointed over there and said, "In 3 hours, we will be in the clouds and rain." Yinxiu smiled and remained silent. When the car arrived at the ferry, everyone was in a commotion and rushed to the ferry pier. From a distance, I could see Li Kanying looking around among the boats at the dock. Yinxiu walked up to her, but she ignored him. Yinxiu tugged at her clothes and said, "Who are you looking for?" Chaining yelled, grabbed her hand and said, "Hey! You changed into cloth clothes. Suddenly, you can't tell anymore." As she spoke, she saw the three classmates behind her, all wearing cloth clothes, and nodded and smiled. Yinxiu took her hand and walked onto the ferry together, asking, "Why are you waiting for me on the pier when the weather is so bad?" Chaining said, "I got the phone and knew you were coming soon, so I'm waiting for you here." Yinxiu said, "Who called you?" Chaining paused and said, "An irrelevant person." Then he took Yinxiu on his arm and walked towards the boat, and said with a smile, "Come here to see the river view. There is no place like this in the northwest." At this time, the drizzle was like smoke all over the sky. The ships that were a little further on the river were blurred and invisible. The river water rushed to the side of the boat, lapping soundly, and the water in the heart of the river often turned over with waves of white flowers. Yinxiu lost his voice and said, "What a beautiful river scene." Kanying whispered, "You should come back soon. You are willing to give up Jiangnan. The few people who went with you are reluctant to leave Jiangnan." Yinxiu said with a smile, "Let me tell you, that person who looks like a movie emperor is not among my peers. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance, otherwise I would have made a further introduction to you. Don't you admire him very much?" Chaining's face was red, but she couldn't tell. It was when the whistle blew that the ferry was about to leave, so she pulled her and said, "Zhang's heart is cold, let's get in the cabin." So this question has always been vague. Chapter 07. Each has a deep heart and is a diligent nurse, and a person with unique justice and generosity. Since young Yanxiu arrived in the southeast, he has stayed in Nanjing for 5 years. Interest was felt in many places. Although I miss my flesh and blood and am eager to go back to the northwest. But after returning this time, I am not sure when I can return to Nanjing. Maybe from now on, we will never be separated from Southeast. Because of this relationship, she leaned on the railing of the ferry and stared blankly at the lion rock in the misty rain. Li Kanying patted her shoulder and said, "The ship has docked at the dock, let's get off." Yanxiu turned around and saw the passengers getting off the boat one after another. The 3 boyfriends who were traveling with them were waiting aside, each carrying something on their back. Yanxiu said, "Let's go, we won't go down anymore. The ferry is taking us back to Nanjing again." Gao Yihong carried a small suitcase in one hand and a large basket in the other. His face was red, and you can imagine the difficulty. He smiled and said, "Because Ms. Yang is looking at Nanjing. We don't know what emotions you have in your heart, so we don't dare to alarm you." Yanxiu ignored his objection, but glanced around him and said with a smile, "Mr. Gao, you don't have enough strength to carry 2 things by yourself, right?" How could Gao Yihong show weakness? He handed over the small box he was carrying. After shaking twice, he smiled and said, "Okay. That's great." After saying that, he puffed out his chest and left first. Wu Jiansheng and Fei Chengnian also carried it on their backs, and followed closely behind. Chanying smiled at Yanxiu in a low voice. "It's really comfortable for you to have 3 hard-working people as your bodyguards." Yanxiu smiled and said, "There is another person who can contribute the most, but he didn't follow." Chanying knew she was talking about Shernalo, but she didn't dare to ask. Among many passengers, the 2 got off the ferry in a crowded crowd and walked into the station. They only looked at the 3 boyfriends. After walking a few steps, they had to turn back. "Let's take a look, I'm afraid it's going too fast." Yanxiu couldn't catch up. Kanying glanced sideways at Yanxiu again and said with a smile, "You look like you, let alone go to Gansu, even to Siberia, you can go with peace of mind. Look at how dedicated they are in protecting you." Yanxiu pushed her twice. "Tell her not to say anything." At this time, a burst of applause had already reached my ears. It was a group of friends who came to see me off. They were all standing outside the 3rd-class car. Everyone had no time to say hello, so they clapped to express their farewell. Yanxiu was on the ferry just now. She had an indescribable emotion at first, but now that everyone was applauding her to say goodbye, she felt that she should cheer up a little while living in this world, so that she could attract the attention of society, and that is why she could arouse interest in life. If I hadn't worked hard, I would have gone to the northwest. How could there be so many people coming to see me off? Then I just go home to see my hometown and my parents, which is too meaningless. It is very common for all the guest students in Nank to go home and visit their parents after a certain period of time. How come you are precious when you come to me? This was obviously because my friend thought that I had abandoned the prosperous world and was willing to go to the poor northwest, which was somewhat intentional. It's just that they thought it was useful, so they sent me off like this. Yanxiu was thinking about something in her heart. He looked at everyone and kept nodding. Seeing her nodding, those who were sending her off were even more like stars circling the moon. Because they were following her, they bent forward to surround her in the middle, but they still clap, and continue to surround her and applaud. Yanxiu had no choice but to push through the crowd and get on the car. He stood on the stair and nodded and said, "The weather is bad today. I am very grateful to you for sending me across the river. I have arrived at my destination in the future. What good news is there? I will definitely have a letter to report to you." She said this. Originally, it meant doing something. It seemed to mean that he went home to build roads, open mines, or plant hundreds of thousands of trees. But the people who saw her off didn't think so, thinking that her good news meant getting married. So everyone applauded like crazy. And he burst out laughing amidst the applause. Yanxiu said it without realizing it. When people made such a fuss about it, she couldn't help but blush on her face when she thought about it. The few farewell people standing beside her could certainly see it more clearly. Suo Xing applauded for the second time. No matter how straightforward Yanxiu was, she couldn't help but feel ashamed when everyone made such a fuss, so she had no choice but to hide in the car. Naturally, her girlfriends, with whom she had a good relationship, also walked into the carriage. Chaining held her hand tightly. Sitting on the wooden chair with her, he whispered, "Yang, I want to say some honest words now." Yanxiu shook her hand and said, "Li, do you have anything you want me to do for you? Just tell me and I will try to do it for you." Chaining shook his head and said, "If you go to such a cold and miserable place, what else can you do for you? But I don't know when I'll come back once I go. We have been friends for many years, but you just said we were leaving, and we have gone so far. I really can't bear to let them go." She said this. The sockets of his two eyes were so full of tears that they were about to roll out. Yanxiu held her hand and said, "That doesn't matter, we communicate often." Chaining said, "When can you come back?" Yanxiu said, "It's hard to say. If I come back soon. It's just that my home is gone and I have no place to intervene. On the other hand, I can't say when I will meet you." Chaining said, "I expected that you would never return to Nan, so I felt very sad." A female student next to her interjected, "I think transportation in the Northwest is becoming more convenient day by day, and it will be easier to travel to the South in the future." Yanxiu said, "That's natural. But if I want to come, I should have something to say, otherwise, for such a long journey, I have time and no money." Chaining heard this. It was even more obvious that she couldn't come right away. She seemed to feel a kind of comfort in her heart, but she said to her sincerely, "Yang, if I have any feelings for you, you should forgive me." Just as Yanxiu was about to say something, Wu Jiansheng lured many of her boyfriends into the car. Everyone was busy socializing for a while, and the problem was solved. There was no order in their third-class car. In addition, Yanxiu and the group of men and women seeing off passengers were mostly young students. If they had more than 3 companions, they couldn't help but have fun. There are now almost 30 people, so people are chatting and laughing in and out of the car, which is very lively. As a result, the few people who were sent off were all confused and could only smile. It wasn't until the bell rang, announcing that the car was about to leave, that the host and guest were finally at peace. Yinxiu stood in the car window talking to the people seeing him off. Wu, Fei, and Gao, 3 companions, squeezed into one car window. Many people seeing her off looked at the strong and beautiful girl like Yinxiu, and then at the 3 male companions, all in their 20s. Each brings a kind of vitality. None of these people who are watching are not wondering. For such a girl, 3 men are allowed to pursue her at the same time, and they start and rest together. They have to walk thousands of miles. Of course, there are a lot of interesting things along the way. In the end, only one person was allowed to succeed. The other 2 who were unsuccessful came back disappointed and had to walk thousands of miles. Needless to say, the pain. But I wonder what tricks this girl used to deal with this matter. Of these 3 teenagers, who is the lucky one? Which 2 are the unlucky ones? But at this time, they were all full of fervent hopes, chasing a swan back to the northwest. As for the vast future, no one thought that there would be a failure. In a world where everyone is full of doubts. The 4 men and women smiled and were taken away by the train. The person who can get some comfort from the comparison here is Li Kanying. She felt that Yinxiu was determined not to come back to the southeast, which was her blessing. Yinxiu was leaning against the car window. He saw Puku Station. Gradually sinking into the smoke, she couldn't help but sigh and said, "Nanjing. Goodbye." As he spoke, he raised his hand and retracted his body. These 3 boyfriends and she were 4 people in total, and they happened to sit on 2 wooden chairs facing each other. Wu and Fei. Sitting opposite her, Gao Yihong sat on the head of the chair next to hers and gave her the good seat by the window. At this time, she retracted her body, and Wu Jiansheng closed the window for her. Gao Yihong first smiled and said, "Ms. Yang is reluctant to part with us in the southeast." Yinxiu turned to him and smiled. "Of course I am a little reluctant to leave. You have to know that it is always a very miserable thing for a person to say goodbye to a place." Gao Yihong said, "So, Ms. Yang doesn't plan to return to the south during this trip?" Yinxiu smiled and said, "Do you think I will go to Gansu for a tour and come back immediately?" Gao Yihong smiled and said, "Of course I won't come back right away, but Ms. Yang means that she will never come back." Yinxiu thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "It's hard to say that. We don't have to stipulate it in advance. Wherever you go, let's talk about it." Wu Jiansheng was very unhappy when he was rubbed against Gao Yihong and ended up sitting on the same chair as Yinxiu. He thought that he was deliberately messing around elsewhere and took the seat last because he knew that others were embarrassed to talk to Ms. Yang. "Seatmate," he came later. There was no seat, so naturally I sat on the same chair as Ms. Yang. Now he hit a snag as soon as he opened his mouth, which was quite pleasant, but he was sitting directly across from Yinxiu, so if there was any instability, Yinxiu would be the first to see it. To this end, he only looked at Gao Yihong slightly. Gao thought to himself, what he said was indeed a very superficial question. Yinxiu went back to the northwest to find her parents. After she found her father and had a family, why did she go back to the southeast? But this is a superficial reason. In fact, her parents were separated during the disaster, and after all this time, they would never be found. Even if she found someone who was accustomed to enjoying material civilization in the southeast, how could she live in that cold and miserable place for a long time? Suppose she marries someone from the southeast. If her husband wants to come back to the southeast, can she not come with him? So now I just think of ways to deal with her, how to increase my love, how to get close to her, and even get engaged. As for whether she will return to the southeast or not, there is no need to ask. After he hit a wall, he sat in silence for a long time and came up with a lot of ideas. As the train continued to move, the rain also continued to fall, and gradually intensified. The raindrops hit the glass windows, covering them with a layer of water vapor, and the accumulated water turned into beads. Just flow down. Yinxiu said with a smile, I'm very disappointed. I can't see the scenery outside the window at all. I knew in advance that it would be raining so hard, so I might as well have delayed our departure a day or two. Fei Changnian said, It doesn't matter, we have to walk 2,000 miles on the train. It may not be raining when the train passes through such a big place. We go through this rainforest, and maybe we can open the window in 2 hours. Gao Yihong put his head in one hand and leaned on the back of the chair. After hearing this, he clapped his hands and said with a smile, Great. These words are very poetic. I remember there are 2 lines in Suiyuan poems. I just went out and met the rain, and I didn't know that I had walked into the rain. Yan Xiu said with a smile, Mr. Gao is full of articles, and he can use them wherever he wants. Gao Yihong smiled and said, This is nothing. I remember 2 lines of poetry. It's just something I enjoy to relieve my boredom. Yan Xiu said, Mr. Gao often publishes articles in many publications. Usually when I go out of the city for a trip to Yanziji, I have to write a 2,000-word travel diary. This time I took such a long journey. Of course, there are many editors of publications who want you to write articles. Talking about this level, he was scratching Gao Yihong's itchy spots and scratching his hair. He frowned and said with a smile, If I agree to them all, there will be at least 10. However, if I can really pay for the manuscript, it will be less than 3. 5. Yinxiu smiled and said, You are a bourgeois and still care about this. I think it's a bit unfair for you to take the 3rd-class train this time. Gao Yihong stood up, smiling and saying something eloquent. Wu Jianxing deliberately looked out the window and said, It's not raining outside now. Can you open the window? Yinxiu said. No need, I might have to go into the rainforest again soon. Fei Changnian smiled and said, Ms. Yang always remembers my casual words. Yan Xiu smiled and said, Because your words are indeed a bit poetic. Fei Changnian crossed his legs and said with a jolting smile, Poetry is such a thing. I am also very happy, but I am busy with my homework and have no time to do this. When he was speaking, Wu Jianxing stretched his neck twice, wanting to speak, but Fei Changnian's eyes were all on Yan Xiu, but he ignored him and only waited for him to pause for a moment. Wu Jianxing stretched out his hand and patted his leg and said, Hey! Hey. Hey. Lao Fei, I have a suggestion. I think the four of us are a group. We should allocate the duties at once, at least for the general affairs. There should be someone responsible for the matter. Yanxiu said, that's not necessary. The four of us are excellent classmates. If anyone does more, it doesn't matter. What do you charge a person to do? Apparently we were taking it too seriously. Wu Jianxing originally thought that he suddenly came up with an idea and could find some opportunity to show his courtesy. I don't expect Yanxiu to continue to deny face. But both Gao and Fei were joking with her, and he was not to be outdone, so he smiled and said, of course we share weal and woe. It doesn't matter who takes more responsibility. But for things like accounting, one person must be designated to handle it. For example, Yihong handled the ticket purchase today. If the four of us each bought a ticket by ourselves, it would be too confusing. Yanxiu said, that makes sense. Jianxing received these 4 words of criticism, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Yanxiu said, aren't you 3 all pushing me to save money? I'm still responsible for this. From now on, please ask Mr. Gao to pay for hotels, buy bus tickets, and hire a live-in along the way. You can get money from me at any time. I want to make another joke. He is a rich man. If he loses money, we can blackmail him. The rest is fine, we can just discuss it temporarily. Jianxing didn't want to come up with his own ideas but created opportunities for others, so it was hard to say anything. Gao Yihong stood up and said with the attitude of swearing, as long as you trust me. I can always do it. When he said these 2 sentences, his voice was particularly raised. This made everyone in the car look at him. Yanxiu stretched out his hand and tugged on his lapel and said, sit down and talk, why are you standing? He got up and attracted the attention of many people. Yihong smiled. So he sat down. Yanxiu herself didn't care about this kind of action, but when Wu and Fei looked at it, it was clear that she was particularly good to Yihong. Wu Jianxing thought to himself, could it be that she and he had already had quite a relationship? Otherwise, why not get in the car? How about taking care of each other? Sure enough, we are thousands of miles apart and we are the 2 taking the exam, so there is no need to compete. Thinking this way, he was naturally a little discouraged, but taking a peek at Fei Chengnian's attitude, there was no trace of it. I picked up a magazine and read it there. I thought to myself, if we were to go back and forth with her in school, I would have more chances, but I didn't see Yihong being intimate with her. Maybe I was being suspicious, so it would be better to calm down. Because of this, I just took out a magazine from my bag and read it. But I only read 2 or 3 lines. Looking at Yanxiu's attitude from the top of the book, I saw that she was leaning against the window panel, resting her chin on one hand, and half looking out the window. Gao Yihong sat behind her, but he was relatively restrained. It was aimed at the back of her head, but it looked awkward. She sat upright, and because she was sitting sideways, her position on the chair was incompatible, so she had to stand up, put her hands in her trouser pockets, and kept looking at the guests. Wandering among the seats. Jianxing thought. Almost no one spoke to her, which seemed inappropriate. So he put down the book and smiled at her. What are Ms. Yang thinking about? Do you want to read a book? Yanxiu then turned around and said with a smile, I don't want to read. When she spoke, she was already sitting up straight. But his face still glanced out the window a few times, and his attitude was indifferent. Jianxing touched the teapot on the corner of the chair and found it was cold. So he picked up the hot water bottle and a glass in the basket under the chair. First, he poured half a cup of boiling water, then he poured half a cup of tea stew in the pot. He held the teacup in his hand and felt that the water was warm and suitable through the glass, so he held it with both hands and brought it to her. Smiled, Ms. Yang. Have a drink. Yanxiu stood up, took the teacup, and said with a smile, I don't dare take this seriously. Jianxing smiled and said, I saw you touching the teapot twice and then retracting it. You must have thought the tea was too cold and refused to drink it. Yanxiu thought to herself, I didn't feel anything myself, but he knew that I touched the teapot twice, so he smiled. Jianxing was opposite her. Just watching her black eyes move and showing her white teeth for joy, she is so charming, but she doesn't move herself. When Yanxiu finished the cup of tea, he reached out to take the glass cup and asked, Would you like another cup? Yanxiu smiled and said, You're welcome, I won't drink any more. Jianxing thought to himself, this is the right approach. I am always polite to her, so she can't ignore me. Therefore, he would sometimes serve fruits, and other times serve snacks, and he would always deal with it. Yanxiu sometimes accepted his situation, but sometimes rejected it. She didn't seem to mind much. But she knew very well, these three boyfriends were going to start competing to win her championship. But this trend should not start now, there is still a long way to go, and if there is such a jealousy now, there may not be many jokes in the future. For the sake of the common welfare of the future, we must find a way to stabilize them all. In her imagination, she didn't say anything to Jianxing's politeness. The train ran in the drizzle and arrived in Shuzhou at 9 o'clock in the evening. Passengers from the north and south heading west always change to the Longhai Road train here. Before entering the station, the three boyfriends had already carried all their luggage. Wu Jianxing had decided to work harder, so he only carried 2 suitcases in his hands. He also paired a small net basket with a small baggage, tied it with a rope in the middle, and carried it on his shoulders. It happened that there were all things on the left, right and front. When everyone was squeezing to get out of the car, he was squeezed between the doors and could not move forward or backward. There was an armed man behind who was eager to get out. Regardless of whether he could bear it or not, he pushed forward with both hands. Jianxing was a little sideways, unable to hold on, so he fell straight out of the car door. The platform was wet with water after a long period of rain, so he moved forward. He put his feet back and quickly propped up the 2 suitcases on the ground, otherwise he would fall to the ground. Yanxiu followed him with both hands free, but she couldn't bear it and hurriedly ran forward to help him. Jianxing smiled and nodded, saying thank you very much. Yanxiu smiled and said, You and I have carried so much baggage that we almost fell over. Why do you still thank me so much? Jianxing said, If you hadn't been there to hold me up, my fall would probably have been serious. Yanxiu said, In order to show equality between men and women, you have to carry something while I carry it. Jianxing said, this place is very crowded. You don't have to be polite. As he said that, he carried 4 pieces of luggage and still moved forward. Yanxiu couldn't take the luggage off him. If he had to struggle like this, it would have to be up to him. Going north from Jinpu, the bus arrives at the station. It takes up to 3 hours to arrive at the station than the westbound train from Longhai, so passengers who change trains to go west have to wait for a long time. Although there were raindrops in the sky at this time, when I looked up, the sky was dark and not a single star could be seen. That night the wind passed through the damp air. It feels cool when it touches people. Most of the people who originally changed trains here would go to Shuzhou Street to hang out for 2 hours, or go to restaurants or small restaurants for entertainment. But Yanxiu said, it's cloudy today, and you can imagine how muddy the streets in the mainland are. You can buy something to eat without leaving the station. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome for everyone to move around with all this luggage. Everyone naturally took her will as their will and stopped at the station. Their luggage was placed on the platform and used as a temporary chair. Yanxiu sat on the small suitcase, raised his head and looked around, squeezing his shoulders twice, and said with a smile, after all, the train is going north, so it feels like it's getting colder at night. Is this a northeasterly wind? Wu Jianxing said, I have an idea. The 3 of us will sit in the northeast corner and we can block the wind for you. Yan Xiuzheng said something he didn't want to take seriously. Jianxing first placed a large suitcase on the ground, and immediately spread his legs and sat on it. Yihong and Changnian, neither one of them dared to be lazy, so they all moved their luggage next to him on the battle line, and then sat down. These 3 people really served as her temporary sexual screen. Yanxiu looked at them, smiled slightly, coughed twice, and then asked, Are you 3 cold? Jianxing said, We are not cold. Yanxiu said, Mr. Wu's words are a bit arbitrary, you can only know your own body temperature. How do you know what they are like? You said we are not cold, the word we can be considered. Changnian said, I'm not cold. Yanxiu laughed out loud and said, I also know that you must not be cold. If you are cold, how can you continue to block the wind with me? Now, I have 2 things to say. Please be quiet and listen to me. Her few words not only silenced the 3 people's voices, but also made her silence the 3 people's attitudes. Yanxiu saw that they were silent, and this he coughed 2 or 3 more times and said calmly. This time I went back to the northwest, and the 3 men went with me. Not only did I lose time and money, but I also suffered a lot of hardship. Not only am I grateful, but I am also extremely sorry. This time I go to the northwest with you, not so much that you accompany me. It's better to say that you guys protect me. Even if you don't say it, I understand it very well. But when I think about this, I feel very ashamed. Why do women need someone to protect them when they go out? So for this, I feel that I need to quickly correct my dependence. What I hope for you is just to treat me as an ordinary companion, as if I can do anything you can do. The meaning of coming with me is just that it is too boring to go on the road alone. There are unexpected things and there is a lack of help. If everyone comes together, there will be a place to take care of each other. Since they are mutual, no matter which one of the three needs my help, of course I can do my best to help. Under this principle, even though three of them are men and I am a woman, we are all human beings, and no one should think of themselves as weak. We need help for everything. Before setting off, I thought you all probably understood this level, and there was no need for me to explain it first. Although I have only ridden a short distance on the train, I can see that the three of them treat me like a weakling. It's like those wealthy ladies who go from home to the theater. Someone has to bring her a coat and a small leather bag. I have been with three classmates for many years. Of course I know that I am not such a woman. If I were such a woman, I could continue to be my lady in Nanjing. Why should I come to the Northwest? I know that the three of them are protecting me and doing things for me. They think highly of me and have a European flavor. I think women should take precedence. I think this is not good. Since men and women are equal, this priority does not belong to any party. Whoever encounters an opportunity to take advantage of it will take advantage of it. Now that I have made it clear, I hope that from now on, we will be in the same industry. If there is anything that takes effort and energy, we can add 5 to 1, and the 4 people will bear the burden equally. There is another layer. We are friends who share weal and woe. From now on, everyone calls me by my first name. Don't call me ma'am. As for me, I'm not polite anymore and won't call you sir. So, it turns out that we have no diaphragm at all, just like brothers and sisters. That's it for now. Do you three have any advice? She said this long paragraph in succession without even losing her breath. Of course, the 3 trainees. She could only listen quietly until she asked the 3 of them if they had any opinions or advice. Jianxing and Yihong stood up at the same time, wanting to reply. But when Yihong saw that Jianxing had the air to speak, he gave in and said with a smile, "Then please Jianxing speak first." Jianxing felt a little embarrassed because someone had to let him speak, so he smiled and said, "I don't have any objections, but..." So he coughed twice and said with a smile, "It's better for Yihong to talk first." As he spoke, he took Yihong's arm with his hand. Yihong smiled and said, "Ms. Yang just now." "No. Yanxiu. She told us, no need to be polite." "Why are you still being polite?" Jianxing then let go of his arm and stood saying, "Yanxiu's words are very heartfelt. We should accept them sincerely. But there is a layer of explanation that needs to be explained, in case there is anything that needs our help in the future. I hope Yanxiu will just speak out and don't think that everyone is equal and doesn't need our help, so she can't hold back. If that were the case, I think it would also defeat the purpose of our mutual help." Yanxiu smiled and said, "I should accept this. So, Mr. Gao, yo. I tell people not to be polite, but I am still polite. This shows that it is difficult to change from being polite to being rude. So what does Yihong mean?" Following these words, she turned around and looked at Yihong. Yihong smiled and said, "I mean exactly the same as Jianxing." Yanxiu shook her head and said, "You are too worried. I am not a woman who needs vanity. If I can't do something, I will say that I can't do it. If I am conceited that I can do anything, then why do I want you to accompany me to the northwest again? Won't I go alone? Okay, let's not talk nonsense. Let's see what happens in the future. I always hope that everyone will be more frank and not hypocritical at all. Jiansheng. Please take out the hot water bottle. I can't help but drink some water. Jiansheng was too embarrassed to pour the tea on his behalf. He took off the hot water bottle hanging on his body and gave his hands to Yanxiu. At this moment, she smiled at him and said, "This will be the case from now on, no need to be polite." Jiansheng knew that this was a reference to the previous polite words, so he even said it of course, but Fei Changmian remained silent. He was very happy, he felt he had won. Chapter 08. He caressed the scars with his own hands, and others looked at him sideways. The son who retreated to the front table had a heart. The 4 travelers signed this agreement. Except for Yang Yanxiu, who felt that it was easy to do, the rest of them felt a kind of difficulty. This is because men seem to have a natural tendency to be charming towards women. When they walk around in front of Yanxiu, if they see Yanxiu in need, they will all want to help her. But if you actually handle it for her, there will be a breach of contract. The first foul here. Still Wu Jiansheng. Yanxiu took the hot water bottle, turned the cap over, and poured hot water into it. The cap of this bottle is made of extremely thin tin iron. When the hot water was poured down, my hands couldn't hold it tightly and it was only a little loose. The cup fell to the ground and the whole cup of water was poured out. Still Wu Jiansheng. Yanxiu took the hot water bottle, turned the cap over, and poured hot water into it. The cap of this bottle is made of extremely thin tin iron. When the hot water was poured down, my hands couldn't hold it tightly and it was only a little loose. The cup fell to the ground and the whole cup of water was poured out. Jiansheng immediately bent forward. He picked up the bottle cap and handed it to Yanxiu. At the same time, he took out a handkerchief and handed it to Yanxiu to wipe away the water splashed on him. Although Yanxiu caught everything, she smiled at him and said, "Jiansheng, you have violated the agreement." Jiansheng suddenly realized something, took 2 steps back, and said with a smile, "I am not violating the contract. How can I say this? You splashed water, which is an accident. As friends, we should not stand by and watch. For example, if this thermos contains boiled water and it spills on you, do we not care?" Yanxiu said with a smile, "This is a bit unreasonable. However, our charter has just been finalized. If you are careless and accidentally violate it, it is very forgivable. But only this time, it won't happen again." Jiansheng couldn't argue any more, so he had to smile and say okay. He was such a loser. This added another layer of experience to everyone. Unless Yanxiu gave orders, no one would dare to step forward to do anything. Everyone sat quietly, just waiting for the train to arrive. For a time, they were speechless and couldn't help but look up and look around. There seems to be some hope that the sky will be sunny. Because in the dark sky, stars appeared from time to time, which seemed to indicate that the clouds above had moved. Gao Yihong smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if it's sunny. I hope I can see some of the scenery along Longhai Road." Wu Jiansheng smiled and said, "I'll say the next sentence for you. I need to find some poetry material. Ihong felt that his words were a bit sarcastic, so he smiled and said, I don't dare to take that seriously.